will be starting, guys. And before we enter into anything, first of all, we are going to define the project. Actually, project was defined by different peoples in different ways. Okay. So first of all, I would like to say that project is defined as a set of activities. Okay. A set of activities in the logical and sequential order which should be completed. What do you mean by that? Like if you are making a building, you need to perform some actions. Okay, you need to do some kind of activities, and those activities are to be done in a sequential order, in a logical order. Means if you are making a home, you cannot paint it before the walls are been there. आप उसको walls नहीं बना सकते जब तक लेंटर नहीं है. So guys, the point is you cannot work with sanitary and all lighting fitting until all other works are completed. So whenever you are making a building, there is a sequence of orders. Even when you are doing a project in your college, there is a sequence. Like there is something called as literature review. There is something called as designing phase. So if you are making a car, then also, my dear, first you need to go for the literature review, then designing part. After that only you can go for fabrication. So guys, every activity whenever we are talking about a project should be completed in a logical and sequential order. So project is defined as performing a set of interrelated activities over a fixed period of time within certain cost and specification. If you see in this, we have talked about some very important thing. The first thing we have talked about is fixed period of time, that is time. Second thing is within certain cost. Third thing is specification. And my dear, specification is clearly related with the quality. So whenever they are asking you the question from the project definition, they will be giving you some terms and they will be asking you which of the following terms are related to the definition of project. So as this is a marathon session where in 3 to 4 hours I am going to complete project management. So we will be going for those important points from which questions are directly coming. So that is what you need to expect from this session. Okay. So this is the definition of project. Then my dear, there are some different definitions given by some experts like Harrison. Harrison have said it is a non-routine, non-repetitive work with discrete time having financial and technical performance goal. First of all, non-routine, because whatever the things you are going in routine, that is said to be operations. That is said to be operation. Like if you are making something, let us say our daily activities. Daily, let us say you are making the breakfast. That is not a project. That is what? Operation, because we are doing it on regular basis. So let us say we are taking an example of Tata Nano. When for the first time it came into the mind of Sir Ratan Tata that we want to make a car for those people who are going into a bike of 50-60,000, if they are going to move in the car, their safety will increase. That was the purpose of Nano, the complete purpose. So when, my dear, this idea came into the mind of Sir Ratan Tata, that was the starting point of the project. And once the first Tata Nano was manufactured, it was the completion of project. After that, whatever the other nano cars were produced, that was just the operation, because it was repeatedly done. So when we are talking about this is non-routine, non-repetitive job, and also it is having some discrete time. Once again, the time came into picture. Financial and technical goals. Financial goals means once again the cost criteria will be coming. So this is the second definition. So you can say scope, schedule, budget. These are the three very important aspects of a project. And now there is a definition given by Little and Mirrlees. They said that any scheme or the part of scheme for investing the resources which can be reasonably analyzed and evaluated as an independent unit. So here they have defined it in different terms, but once again, when they are saying that which can be reasonably analyzed, what do you mean by that? Obviously, once again, in terms of money, what we are getting as an output and what we are giving in the input. So once again, here analyzed they have mentioned, and also they have said it will be evaluated as an independent unit. Means one project will be treated as an independent kind of thing. Good morning, Sai Kumar. Then, my dear, moving to the next definition, which is very important. This kind of definition directly comes in the paper that is given by PMBOK. Now, what is this PMBOK? So guys, PMBOK is nothing but Project Management Book of Knowledge. Okay, like whenever we are talking about any branch, its syllabus is defined by some big society. So project management, for project management, it is a part at various institute. Like if you go for NITI Mumbai, there also you are going to have MBA in that course. So at many places it is there. So there is a project management institute which is going to take care of everything related to project management. And this project management book of knowledge is someone who is going to decide the syllabus for project management, what needs to be studied, what not. So guys, they say that it is a temporary endeavor undertaken to create a unique product or service or result. So why it is said to be a temporary endeavor? Temporary endeavor because every project have a, whenever a project will be starting, it will be ending. So it is a temporary thing. It is not a permanent kind of thing. Like I said, that maybe Maruti Suzuki is making Alto car from so many years, but project of that was completed when the first car was manufactured. After that, all repetitive things will not be coming under the project. They are the parts of operations. Okay. So like one building is made, after that it is going to be maintained for 100 years. So maintenance work is not counted in the project. A road was made which was maintained for 20 years. Maintenance will not be counted in the project definition. So I feel everybody is getting it. Next definition is a project is a non-recurring task having a definable beginning and end with a definite mission and has a set of objectives and achievement. Means it will be having a definite start and end. It will be having some objectives which we need to get. Guys, now we are moving for the classification of project. We have seen a lot of definitions. Now, my dear, when we are going for classification, one is unique, other is temporary. So, my dear, when we are talking about unique, unique means it have definite start and end. It is non-repetitive and it is non-routine work. And when we are talking about the temporary, my dear, it is no start and end point, repetitive work and routine work. So guys, these are two types of project. For our syllabus, we need to talk about these projects which are unique, okay, which are definite start and end, which are non-repetitive and which are non-routine work. We will be talking about these types of project. Guys, please tell me, am I properly audible and visible to all of you or not? Then we are moving further. Now we are going to have some examples. Designing a new car. Yes, it is going to be a project. Then, my dear, manufacturing of cars is not a project because it is a repetitive task. Then updation of a software. Updation of a software is not a project. Then developing a new software is a project. Okay. So in project management, we will deal with only and only unique projects. Okay. Yes, Fareha, great. So guys, moving further. Now we will be going for some examples of the projects. So my dear, when we are talking about the projects, project can be classified based on the type of work, based on the project completion time, based on the project value and based on the project ownership. Okay. So one by one, we will see all the classification. So guys, the very first type of classification is based on the type of work. So when we are talking about the based on type of work, the first category is coming out to be industrial project. Second will be non-industrial project. So guys, now we will see some of the examples. Okay. So if you see industrial project means like you are going to set up a power plant. So setting up a power plant is an industrial project. Okay. But there are many other categories which comes under non-industrial project, like infrastructure project. If you are making a residential building, if you are making let us say some road, okay, that is coming under infrastructure project. Okay, so if you are going to make some residential building, it is building project. So similarly, if you are making a school, it is educational project. If you are making a app, it is going to be related to IT and software project. If you are talking about NPTEL lectures, that is made for the quality of engineers, where IIT professors have recorded the lectures. So that is going to be the project related to what? that is related to education. Okay. Similarly, my dear, healthcare project, when we are talking about COVID vaccination is a healthcare project. Okay. So my dear, you can say when first COVID vaccine was made, it was a healthcare project. Polio vaccination is a healthcare project. Then irrigation project. अगर आप जानते हो तो अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी जो हमारे लेट प्राइम मिनिस्टर थे, उनकी इच्छा थी, उनका एक प्रोजेक्ट वो चाहते थे कि जो सारी रिवर्स है सभी रिवर्स का जो है उनका एकीकरण करना, so that there are some places in the India where we are facing a lot of issues that water is not available, and there are some places like in Bihar every year flood is coming. So he wanted to make a balance throughout, and that was a dream project of him. Yes, it was not completed till now, but it was coming under irrigation project. Then my dear, you are having IT computer, I already told you, making a new software, making a new app will be coming under that. Okay, so guys, when we are talking about the bank projects, yes, opening a branch of PNB, SBI in a village is going to be under the bank project, banking project. Then event management, like you know, managing some marriages. Okay, marriage halls are there nowadays. There are managers who are going to manage everything for a marriage. That kind of functions are also available. Then my dear, military and aerospace project. You know that if you are talking about some of the missions related to the army products, that is coming under that. Okay, so all these are the examples of the projects. Now we are going to see the based on the completion time. So guys, there are some projects which takes a very big duration. They are said to be long duration project, and their completion requires more than 5 years. Like example is dam. Making a dam will take generally 15 to 20 years. Moving further, medium duration project 3 to 5 years. So my dear, in 3 to 5 years we are going to have many highways, NH, national highway projects. Okay, then we are having short duration project 1 to 3 years, like making a hospital, like making a school. Okay, these will be coming under that. Then my dear, there are 4 types special short duration project, setting up very small industry like Supreme chairs. So if you want to establish an industry like that, it will hardly require less than a year. Moving further guys, based on the project value. So guys, one is said to be mega value project. All projects, those are coming under long duration, they are mega value project, they require more than 1000 crores rupees. Large value project are 100 to 1000. All medium duration project will be coming under this, like making of national highways. Then medium value projects which are spending 1 crore to 100 crores, like making a school, making a hospital, short duration project will come under it. Then small value project costs less than 1 CR. Here my dear, the projects will be coming which are ultra short duration, less than 1 year, like making the small industries. So guys, as per the ministry, I am telling you the data somewhere 2016-17. It have been seen that more than 70% of the government projects were delayed, and because of the delay, the spending will also increase. So because of that, the spending is going to be 2 to 3 times, and those government projects are given the name of white elephant projects. You may be asked this term in the paper. What is white elephant project? Is it clear? Is it clear? Yes. So guys, next classification is based on the ownership. Based on ownership, the first type of projects are private sector projects. Like all the projects handled by Ambani, Adani, they are private sector project. Like Geo was a private sector project. Then public sector project. Like whenever some PSUs are doing, like EESL project, energy related projects. Like whenever PSUs are dealing with some things, they are get to be the, yes, like BHEL have provided the street lights made up for the solar. Like they will be charged with the solar and it will be provided in the streets. So that project was a public sector project. Then joint sector projects, like whenever highways are made, Delhi Metro is made, they are said to be joint sector. Like if you are talking about the Delhi Metro, one private company, Delhi government and Indian government. These three were the stakeholders in that. So the point is, this was a project where private and government, they together working. National highways are generally made with a private company plus government of India. So they are also coming under the joint sector project. Here, what is this triple P? This is public-private partnership. So my dear, these projects handled are said to be triple P projects. And my dear, if you are talking about, like, there are some projects of, you can say, airport. Like, if you know, there is a project related to airport where Reliance is working. So Reliance plus Government of India. So that is said to be a joint sector project. Now all the projects which are done under BARC, ISRO, DRDO, they comes under government. So they are government sector projects. Okay guys, so now my dear, we are talking about the types of companies. Here, this portion which I am going to tell you right now is going to help you a lot, because if in future you are thinking of starting a business, you have to register your company. So for that you need to know that what are the types of company you can register and what are the benefits, what are the, you can say, limitations of different types of companies. So guys, we are having total 8 types of company. First of all is private limited, second is public limited, third is government enterprise, fourth is joint venture, fifth is proprietorship, sixth is partnership, seventh is corporation, and eighth is limited liability company. So guys, limited liability company is also said to be limited liability partnership, LLP. So these all are the types of company. We are moving for the first type of company, that is private limited company. So we are talking about the first type of company, that is private limited company. So when we are talking about the private limited company, my dear, the very first and very important point about that private limited company have no role in share markets. What do you mean by that? Actually, what happened in share market? Like, there is a company who wants to increase or who wants to start a new project. Like you have seen right now, Adani ji is in the, you can say, searchlight. So if you know, there are a lot of shares of Adani are available in the share market. Why? When Adani ji wanted to start a new business or wanted to start on some new project, obviously for that some money is required. And if that much amount I don't have, I have various options. One option is I will ask the bank to give the debt. Yes, it is an option. But for that debt, I need to pay the interest as well. And second way is I can give my share in the company to someone and ask money from that. So my dear, whenever a company want to increase its asset value or start a new project or start a new thing, for that, if they are going to raise money from the peoples, they can have one option is the share market. There they list their IPOs. Okay, what is that IPO? IPO is going to be the first time when a company is going to enter in the share market. And guys, that is actually the public offerings, where the company is going to give the share of its to the peoples, and in place of that they are asking for some money. So when they are taking the money from the market, obviously some share of theirs are going to the peoples. So private limited companies cannot do that. They cannot take money from the share markets. तो यहाँ पर इनको अपना पैसा लगाना पड़ेगा. Second thing, my dear, as I already said, they are not listed in the share market. Okay. In these companies, public investments are not allowed. Whatever be the partners, only they can put their money into the business. Then, my dear, as I already said that they cannot offer their shares and public investments are not allowed. Like there are 4 partners, A, B, C and D. So my dear, let us say A is having 40%, B 10%, C 10%, D is 40%. So my dear, let us say if out of A, B, C, D, C wanted to leave the company, then if C wanted to leave the company, my dear, it can give it 10% either to A, to B or D or to all. But those 10% he cannot give to an outsider. So the point is, if anyone out of these 4 want to leave the company, he has to transfer his share to any of A, B and D, and obviously he can ask some money in place of that, obviously, but no 4th person, no extra person, no outsider is allowed in this. Yes, if they want next person to come, then they together can make a entry of E first, okay, and they can give some shares to E by taking some money onto that. But my dear, any single person cannot leave by giving its share to the outsiders. And guys, here generally 2 to 50 is the number of partners allowed. That much number of partners can be there. Okay. Then my dear, all the rules and these companies are registered under Indian Companies Act 1956. Okay. So when I say that under Indian Companies Act, they are registered companies. So my dear, that is why their all details are in public domain. If you will open the website of Ministry of Corporate Affairs, there, my dear, you can get all the details of these companies. So guys, as they are giving everything in public domain, the benefits they are getting, that they will be having their individual names. Okay, like if one company is registered with some name as a private limited company, then it is going to be a unique name for every private limited company. Arey guys, are you getting it or not? Then my dear, we are talking about the public limited company. So when we are talking about public limited company, their shares are listed in the share market. You know, in the share market, there are two things, BSE, NSE. NSE is said to be National Stock Exchange. BSE is said to be Bombay Stock Exchange. Okay, these are the names. Then my dear, I would like to say that there is a regulatory body that is said to be SEBI. SEBI is going to take care of everything related to share market. Like any of the company shall not do any kind of fraud. For that purpose, SEBI is going to take care. अगर आप सभी लोगों को याद हो, सहारा ग्रुप का एक फ्रॉड पकड़ा गया था. At that time, SEBI is the body who will be taking care of everything. Like अभी आपने सुना होगा, जब से अडानी जी के ऊपर जो अभी चल रहा है, उसके ऊपर सब लोग विपक्ष पूछ रहा है कि SEBI कुछ क्यों नहीं कर रही. SEBI is the regulatory body who is going to take care of all the things related to the share market. What is SEBI? Security Exchange Board of India. So guys, whenever we are talking about the public limited company, as they are taking money from the people by sharing their shares in the share market. So they need to give everything, every financial statement into the public domain. तभी आपको पता लगता है कल SBI के Q3 के नतीजे आए, कल इस कंपनी के Q2 के नतीजे आए. Why those things? Because they are taking the money from the peoples. So they need to share everything to them. Okay. Then my dear, public limited companies are having the minimum asset value of 100 crores. It is not like when you see, okay, I can take money from share market. If I open the public limited, I will open that. No, for that your asset value should be more than 100 crores. Otherwise you cannot do that. Then my dear, SEBI is an independent body which is going to regulate all the things. And guys, BSE is something in which all the companies can register. Bombay Stock Exchange, for NSE top 50 best invested companies can have registration. So guys, when we are talking about BSE and NSE, so you must have seen their index is also there. For NSE, the index is Nifty 50, and for BSE it is Sensex. Okay, so this is about the types of companies. So my dear, next is the government enterprises. Those companies which are 100% owned by the government of India, I will call them as government enterprise. In government companies, they do not offer the shares in the public. For example, ISRO, DRDO, BARC. Guys, these are the organizations which are purely government organization, and they cannot even share their IPOs and all. Why? Because if they will be offering their share to the public, they need to disclose every project, they need to disclose everything. Then maybe any other country peoples are going to purchase the share of our such companies, and they will be knowing everything about India and what are the projects we are undergoing with. So that is why these companies are not going to be the part of share market. Okay, moving to joint ventures. My dear, when public sector private company or government private company, they together are going to join for some project, it is said to be joint ventures. So in the joint ventures like NHAI, National Highway Authority of India, L&T, DMRC. So Delhi, government of Delhi, government of India will be meeting with L&T and making a project. NHAI, government of India, L&T, they will be making a project together. So that kind of things are going to happen. So guys, joint ventures are going to do the public-private partnership projects. They are said to be triple P projects. I already told you like how the things are going to happen in these types of projects. Like let us say government of India. We are having government of India and private company. Government of India and private company. They together thought that they will be making a highway. Okay. For that, what was decided that 40% amount will be given by government of India, 60% amount will be given by private company. So what will happen? This is the money government of India will spend. This is the money private company will spend. And this total money will be utilized by the private company, and private company will be making the national highway. After making it, it will deliver it to the government of India. Obviously, there should be some deal like up to 10 years, up to 15 years, we will be taking toll tax from this. We will be maintaining this for next 15 years. That kind of deals are always there. So I would like to say they are working on the BOT model. What is BOT? Build, operate and transfer. So private company will be building it, operate it and transfer it into the government of India. Obviously, it will be taking the returns in the form of either from the government of India or from the peoples in the form of toll tax. Okay, that is how things are going to happen. Arun, good morning, dear. How are you? Moving further, guys. So, guys, I already told you about this. What is BOT model? So, let us move further now. Okay, this we have already talked about. The same thing is written. Now, my dear, there are two terms which will be coming again and again. For that, let us have a discussion. That is, what is a contract and what is an agreement. So, my dear, contract and agreement, generally people are thinking they are same, but they are having one difference. Contracts, whenever we are talking about, here all the terms are as per the law of the country. Okay, all the terms and conditions of a contract are, I am fine, Arun, are as per the law of the country. But in agreement, there may be some conditions which are not as per the law of the country. So contract and agreement, whenever we are talking about, contract is always lawful, agreement may or may not be lawful. Is it clear or not? Like you must have seen sometimes whenever you are joining a private company, then it says if you are working with us for 3 years, then it's fine. Otherwise, you need to pay a bond of that much amount. That's fine because they are spending something on you. But there is on the other hand, there are some institutes, some companies, they will be saying, if you are working with us, you cannot work with our competitors throughout your life. That is not a lawful condition. Why? The reason, my dear, is because as per the law of the country, you are free to work in any part of the country. So this is how contract and agreement are going to separate from each other. And this also you can remember that Indian Contract Act 1872 defines the terms and conditions, lawful, unlawful, and the definition of contract. Okay. Then, my dear, we are going to have the proprietorship company. Here, my dear, it is owned by a single person. It is owned by a single person. Means that person himself is company, company itself is that person. Means here only single taxation will be there. Here whatever be the tax of company, the same is the tax of the person. Means that person and the company need not to pay the separate tax. In the proprietorship firm, it is like if I individually want to start a firm, for that I need not to do anything else. I need to just have a GST number. These are not registered company actually. There you just need to have a GST number and you can start the business. So guys, this is said to be the proprietorship company. As I already said, all the tax liabilities are same, single taxation is there, and as he is doing everything for himself, he cannot take money from the share market. This is the most simple type of firm for a person. Next is the partnership company. Private limited company and partnership companies have some differences. Private limited companies are registered in the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, whereas private limited company are different. Partnership companies are also registered companies, but they are registered in the court. And private limited companies are registered as per the law of Ministry of Corporate Affairs under the Company Act 1956. So when we are talking about the partnership companies, my dear, here 2 or more than 2 partners can be there. Generally 2 to 25 partners are allowed. And here they are also registered companies. And as I said, they are registered companies. Maximum partners can be 25. In private limited company, it can be up to 50. Then my dear, the form of the business, whenever it is based upon the single joint agreement, which is registered joint agreement. And my dear, this agreement is very powerful, because if there are 10 persons who are starting this company and even one out of them is going to be out, the company itself is void. Then company will be no more. Here it is not allowed that I will be giving my shares to like someone outside. In private company also it was not possible. But here, if any one person goes, what is the case? These firms are also registered in the court, and these are these are not registered under the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, which was the private limited companies. They are registered in the court. Okay. So guys, what are the advantage here? Here, their details are not available in the website of Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Okay, why? Because that is the difference between private limited and partnership firms. So these are the firms which can have their secrets with them, whereas in private limited companies, everything will be in the public domain. So that is advantage here, and that is why, because of this advantage, they cannot take money from share market. So wherever there are advantage, wherever some limitations are also there. So that is the partnership firms. So guys, when we are talking about the next is the corporation. So guys, like you must have seen municipal corporations. So these are different types of companies. In municipal corporation, if you ask who is the owner of this, you will not find that person. Because in corporation firms, even the owners are working as an employee. Owners are working as an employees. So guys, these are the things which can work even after the owners of the company leave it. These are the firms where owners are working as an employee. So that is why there are 2 tax systems. First, the company will be paying the tax as per the rules of the country. Then after that, as the employee, as the owner is employee, he will be taking salary. So he has to pay his own income tax also. So here double taxation system is going to be there. Here also registration is required. It may be public, private or invisible firms. Disadvantage of this is double taxation. And next we are moving to limited liability partnership or limited liability company. In short form, we call it as LLP. So guys, this is a kind of partnership once again, but why limited liability? In the partnership firm, if nothing good, if something good happens, if something yes, Abhinav Negi sir is also in the comment section, guys. So as after, I feel day after tomorrow, you have the ESE exam, and today we are having this last subject. So I feel today students are generally, when exam comes near, then pressure increases. But I would like to say, guys, if you have studied the entire year well, ESE is not a exam where pressure is going to be there, because the type of questions are not going to be very, very difficult. Okay, so you can see every time Abhinav Negi sir or other faculties, they are always coming to motivate you. So show your love towards all the faculties all the times, because they are always coming to the sessions to motivate you. Okay, yes. Yes. Like sir is saying, I already told you in the starting that we are coming with the Brahmastra series for the BARC paper. Okay, those who are appearing in the BARC from 22nd of February, we are starting the Brahmastra series. In the starting of the session, I already told you that. And those students who would be preparing for 24, some of your juniors, guys, you can inform them. Ground Zero series will be coming for them. Okay, in Brahmastra, we will be coming with the questions similar to BARC. In ground zero series we will be coming with the basic concepts. It will be helpful to all college going students also, those who have started their college in second year or all. Okay. So guys, now we are talking about the limited liability company. Here what is the case? Here if two partners are there, let us say there is a person A and person B. So my dear, let us say they are having some partnership of 60:40. Okay, that is the partnership. So my dear, here limited liability whenever I am saying is, here if A is going to give some check to some person and that check bounces, B is not responsible for that. That's why limited liability. Then my dear, that A person will be in the problem. Police will be coming to catch A, not B. Because limited liability. On the other hand, in case of partnership firms, if that kind of thing happens, all the partners will be responsible for the same. Here limited liability is there. Okay. So that is why it is said to be LLP. This is also as per the Company Act 1956 in Ministry of Corporate Affairs. They are also registered like private limited companies. Okay. Moving further guys, now we have already completed what? The project definition. We have seen the classification of projects. We have also seen the types of companies. Please tell me guys, everything is okay, everybody is fine. Then we are moving with the project management now. We have already seen project. Now we will see the project management. Okay guys. So when we are talking about the project management, as you already know, management is just an art. So project management is an application of, these are four very, very important words from which the questions are coming. Knowledge, skills, tools and techniques. From this one question I've already asked in the paper. So knowledge, skills, tools and technology. These are the four things related to the project management. And my dear, objective of project management is to use the optimum resources to accomplish a goal in minimum time. As I already told you, the target here is to complete the goal in less cost, less time. That is going to be the target. Okay, so TPM is saying, sir, what we read in mechanical is enough for the subject. Dear, in mechanical, what you study is, that is the PERT CPM only. So that is only the one chapter of project management. All other things are not same what you study. Okay, so all other things are not what you study. Just wait guys. Okay, fine guys. Sorry for the disturbance. So guys, now we are moving further. So as I already told you about the project management, now there are some characteristics of project management. What are those? So when we are talking about the characteristics, means the things which are the parts of project management. There is one thing called as project charter, tool set technique, project plan, project management process, project organization structure and project methodology. So guys, when we are talking about project charter, it is actually a document. Okay. Project charter is a document which is having some details related to the project. It is a document which will help the project manager as well. So we are moving to the tools and techniques. What are that? When we are talking about tools and techniques, I already told you, whenever we are doing the project management, cost and time is very, very important. So to see whatever we have planned, we are going as per the plan or not. to check whether the activities of the project we are performing is on time or not. So for that we are having some tools like CPM analysis, Gantt chart, resource histograms, that also we are going to study what are those. So some network diagrams, all this comes under that. Then project plan. So guys, it is a detailed plan. It is a detailed plan which is going to be made during the planning stage. And here we are talking about all the knowledge areas. All the knowledge areas, okay? There are some specific knowledge areas. We will also talk about that. And for that only the project plan is going to be prepared. Then my dear, when we are talking about the project management process, it is a special management technique for managing the linear sequence of steps or interrelated action to achieve a specific set of project result or service, and that is said to be project management process. Now we have seen actually why I am reading these definitions, because questions are coming from them directly. That is why it is required actually. So we have seen the definition of project. हमने project देख लिया, project management देख लिया, project management के process देख लिए. अब हम देख रहे हैं कि एक project management या project जो होता है उसमें कौन कौन सी चीजें आती हैं. So guys, if we see the total project, there are some special processes or phases in a project. या आप ये बोल सकते हो कि एक project life के अंदर कौन कौन सी चीजें आती हैं. So guys, in a project life cycle, we are having the initiation, planning, execution and closing. These are the four very, very important things which comes in a project. The first thing is initiation, second is planning, third is execution, fourth is closing. So guys, if we see initiation, I will be telling you here only about these things. So initiation is the time when the idea comes into the picture. Whenever an idea comes, it is not like कि मेरे मन में आया और मैं आज कल जाके कंपनी रजिस्टर करा लूंगा. नहीं, अगर मेरे मन में कोई आइडिया आया तो सबसे पहले मैं उसकी फिजिबिलिटी चेक करूंगा. लाइक इन माई माइंड इट केम दैट लेट अस स्टार्ट ए कोचिंग ऑफ दिस थिंग. So it is not like today I got an idea, tomorrow I will start the coaching. No. First of all, I need to see whether that thing is having a demand in the market or not. Okay, that thing is having demand in the market, but will that be feasible financially for me? I'm having that much amount, or I'm having some plan B to take that money which is required for the process. That I need to check. Then I need to check if I am going to do that project, whether it will be beneficial for me. After how many years I will be getting benefit from that. What is the time required as a payback period, means how many time is required to reach to break even point. I need to check whether whatever I am going to start with is as per the law of country or not. Will it be affecting the peoples or environment in bad way? All these kind of analysis are required. So that is why, my dear, whenever this project initiation is coming, we are going to take care of many ideas. If one idea has come to in my mind, it may not be suitable. So that is why whenever we are intentionally starting something, then my dear, we are going to keep a number of ideas, and out of them we are going to search the best out of them. And then we are going to execute that. So first of all, in the initiation phase, you are going to first of all analyze the idea from various prospect, market demand, financial, economical, technical aspect, whatever the technology required for that, do you have it or not? Like today's gate market is majorly shifted to online mode. Majority of the students, because colleges are in the areas where coachings were not available. So at that time we need to travel a lot for the coaching. So after COVID period, now you know online coachings are available in that much number that we have all the facilities at our hostel only we can go for anything. So that is why if I am looking to start an offline coaching and I don't have any online setup, so I am definitely lagging technically. So guys, all these kind of feasibility studies will be done. What are the technical, market demand, feasibilities? All these things are done in the initiation phase. So whatever in the upcoming 4 or 5 slide will come, I have already told you here only. The second is the planning phase, guys. So once the idea is finalized, then we will be going for the planning of it. You may be thinking, sir, what is the planning? Actually, my dear, when I have decided that I am going to make a project, for that I need to decide who will be doing which kind of activity on which day, how much inventory I need to keep, when I will be ordering, when I will be starting. All plan is made on the paper. I'm not talking about that I will start that activity. I will be making a plan on the paper. Okay, I will be writing everything on 15th of January, that will happen, on 20th of April, that will happen, that much amount I will be ordering. So all these things will be coming and plan on paper will be made. That is coming under the planning phase. After the plan is done on the paper, my dear, the major thing is execution. Now the next phase will come where I am going to execute it. And when execution will be done, my dear, it will require more amount of money. It will require more amount of time, more amount of resources, more amount of peoples. So that is why hiring work and actual ordering work is done here. So whatever I have written on this paper, now I am going to execute it. You know, if I write I have ordered 50 kg of that will not cost me a lot. But when I will order it, then it will cost. So that's why, my dear, measure of the cost aspects, measure of the time aspect. Yes, Byjus, good morning. All these things are coming in the execution phase. And once the project is executed, once it is not going to be, till it is not going to be complete, it requires monitoring and control. I will be checking whatever I have made on paper and whatever the things going in reality. Are they matching with timelines and cost or not? If they are, yes, it's fine. If they are not, I need to take care where I am spending more, where time is required more, where is the fault in my planning. I will try to rectify it to once again come onto the track. And the last one is closing. Once the project is over, that may be over successfully or maybe unsuccessfully, whatever it is, then it is said to be the closing process. In the closing, my dear, we will be completing it and all the things related to project are over now. That is why it is said to have a definite starting and definite ending. So these, all the 4 phases I already told you. Now, my dear, we will be going for a thing known as project organization structure. So when we are talking about project organization structure, like let us say I have a team of 50 people, I am going for a project. Let us discuss it in the form of classes only. Let us say we are having 10 people in the mechanical team. So we are going for a project GATE plus ESE batch. Other project is GATE batch. So maybe in GATE plus ESE batch I would be taking some subject. Maybe in GATE batch only I may be taking some other subject. So whenever I am having a team and I am going for a particular project, I will be knowing that which person have good qualities in which type of thing. Like let us say in my team of 10 people, I am the only one who takes some particular subject. So in ESE batch, I will be taking that subject. Because of that, I will be blocked for other works. So maybe mine, some of the other subject will be given to some other faculty. What do you mean by that? That I will be making my team in such a way where I can best utilize them. Like you must have seen, there was a time when Sehwag sir was coming at the middle order. There was a time when he started coming at 4th number. There a time came when he was starting opening. So based on the requirement of him, his captain have changed his position. So I also have a team members. I will be knowing about my team member strength and weaknesses. Based on the requirement of project, I will be using their strength and I will try to put them at the right place. And for that, I will be making a temporary organization structure which will be changing for project to project. Like maybe in T20, Hardik Pandya is captain. In one day, Rohit Sharma is captain. So in different format, they are utilizing in different ways. The team is different. Some players are changing, positions are changing. That is what I am talking about in a project organization structure. So guys, when we are talking about project methodology, so guys, here connecting all the issues inside across the phases, whatever all the phases you have seen. Whenever my dear, we are talking about all the phases, as you know, all the phases are connect with each other. So taking care of them together is said to be the project methodology. Okay. So guys, let us move to the further things. Project management we have seen. Now let us see what are the various parts of project management. General management, production management, process management, program management and portfolio management. General management, product management, portfolio management, process management, program management. So guys, if we are talking about this general management, what are the things coming under this? Recruitment, sales and marketing, project economics, legal contract, personal and human resource, account and salary, computer system, all these things comes under the general management. Then my dear, we will be going for the production management. So my dear, when we are talking about the production management, you know, whenever the things are going to manufacture or produce, there is a production line. So managing that production line is said to be the production management. Then my dear, process management. So my dear, in process, like there are some processes, like if I talk in terms of machining, there is the process of lathe that will be done on majority of the component, let us say. So my dear, when we are talking about a process, it is said to be process management. So process management is used by the companies who are managing a product that is typically from one process to other. Like whenever some things, like let us say 1,000 components are there, I am going to do work on one machine, then I am going to work on second machine. So what do you mean by that? Some things are going from one process to other process. So there are two approaches. One is production line, where a product is moving in a line and all the operations are performed onto that. This is every product one by one is coming. Second approach is all the components first they are done with one process, then they are done by second process. That is said to be the form of process management. Means if we are going product wise, it is production management. If you are going process wise, it is process management. Okay. Then my dear, if you are talking about actually what is going to happen, if this is a portfolio is consisting of a lot of things. Then my dear, it's somewhere a part of it is program and a part of it is process, a part of it is production. So as we are moving with a wide scope, we will be reaching to the portfolio. Okay, so that is why it is not the important thing. I have just told you the types of managements. Now we will be entering into the things which are important for exam. That is the project life cycle. I already told you that the entire project life consists of 4 phases: initiation, planning, execution and closure. In some of the books, we are writing initiation, yes, it will come. Initiation, yes, it will come. Okay. Then after that, you know, we are going to have planning, yes, it will come. After it, we are going to have execution, yes, it will come. In some of the book, it is also written as monitoring and control as 4th number. And at 5th number, we will be having the closure. So you may be saying, sir, why we are not writing number 4? Because monitoring and control is not a separate thing. It will be going along with the execution. After execution, I will not check whether I have gone through the timeline or not. Arey bhai, whenever you are doing your syllabus of ESE, you know the exam is there on the 18th or 19th February. So what you will be doing? You will be constantly checking, na, in the September how much syllabus is left, in the October how much syllabus is left. It is not like you have completed your syllabus first, already Holi comes. Now you will check when is the exam. Exam date have already been over. Are you getting it? So guys, the point is we will be not checking at the end of execution. During the execution, we will be in a constant check of it. So guys, do like and share the session. We are talking about the project life cycle. We have already talked about these 4 in detail. So now I will be skipping some slide because I already explained, because otherwise I have 700 slides of project management. Okay, so that's why I'm telling you all the things which will be there in the exam. We will not be wasting time in just reading out. Okay, because all these things I already told you. Ki what we do in this phase, what we do in that phase, what we do in this phase, we have already seen. Execution में आपको बता चुका हूँ, termination में आपको बता चुका हूँ. This is the life cycle graph. Yes, what is the life cycle graph, my dear? If you see that, this is the first phase, जिसको हम बोलते हैं initiation. Second phase, जिसको हम बोलते हैं क्या? Planning. Third phase, जिसको हम बोलते हैं execution. Fourth phase, जिसको हम बोलते हैं closure. So you can see, my dear, intensity of activities. Activities and cost are highest in the execution phase. They are lowest in the starting, because when you have idea in your mind, there is nothing going to cost you a lot. Okay. In the closure, they are reducing like anything. So guys, this is telling you that in execution phase, the cost is maximum, the time is maximum. This is the project life cycle. So guys, now we are moving for the further. This is the level of effort for the different phases. Level of effort is increasing whenever you are going up to execution. This is the cumulative expenditure. Cumulative means total. Like in level of effort is less. This blue one is showing you level of effort individually. Okay, then my dear, when you will be adding like whatever the money you have spent in the initiation phase, if that will be added to the planning phase, obviously the overall will be more than initiation. That's why this curve is always increasing and more cost is coming in execution. After that it is just going to saturate. So that is how we can show the curves. Yes, हाँ भाई अनिकेत अरुण आया कि नहीं? As I said, this is not as interesting as material science, but as it is also coming in paper, we will be going for it. And I am coming on to the product life cycle now. Product life cycle is very, very important. Let us see what it is. We are moving to product life cycle now. Okay. First we have seen project life cycle. Now we will see product life cycle. Okay. So my dear, whenever a product comes into the market, it is introduced into the market. So when it is introduced into the market, people are not aware of this product. So that is why its demand in the market is very, very less. So I will be starting it from here like this. This is the introduction phase. Then when the peoples are getting aware of this, the growth comes in the demand. Demand increases like this. Okay. Then my dear, once already we are going to have a good distribution, the product is there in everybody's hand, then a saturation comes in the demand. After that, if you add some new function to your product, then its demand will once again increase like this. Otherwise, it will come to decline. Let us say you are going to give a mobile. You are coming with this mobile. You said this is a new mobile which is having that features. Initially, when smartphone comes, everybody was not having it. People were not aware of that. We were having Nokia 3110 type of mobiles. When smartphone came into market, people thought that yes, they are good one, we shall try it. So initially demand was like that. Increases. Then every person was having the smartphone. Then my dear, if the company will not be launching a new model with different feature, why I will change my mobile until I have my mobile to be okay? Why I will purchase the same model again until it is working? I will not do that. So my dear, that is how the product life cycle varies. That's why they are going to launch a new mobile with new features. And don't feel like whatever the slides I have skipped, I will be sharing you the complete PDF. And whatever the slides I have skipped, you will feel all those things I already told you when I was just discussing the things. तो जब मैं बता रहा हूँ तो मैं सब कुछ बता रहा हूँ, वो जो भी लिखा है उसके अंदर, ठीक है? So that is why showing every slide is not required. So I will be showing you the main slides. Now we are moving to the project charter. So when we are starting the second chapter that is related to project organization structure, here first thing which is very, very important is that is related to the project manager. Is it clear? Thanks Arun for that. So we are moving further. So my dear, project charter, it is very important. इससे question already आ चुका है, मैं आपको पहले ही बता दूं. Project charter is an official document made by the senior management to appoint a project manager. So my dear, if we are talking about project charter, क्या है ये? It is going to be an official document that is made by senior management to appoint a project manager. This is the document which will be having the information which is useful for project manager. It will be having the information related to what are the responsibility of a project manager. What are the powers of a project manager? Now you may be thinking, sir, who is PM? First of all, it is not Prime Minister, it is project manager. But my dear, project manager is a special person for a project. He is someone who is going to be responsible for success of a project and also for the failure of a project. If project is going to be successful, then credit goes to project manager, and if project is going to fail, then responsibility also will be with the project manager. So that is why project manager is very, very important person in a project. And generally senior management will try to hire project manager in the initiation phase only. Why? Because my dear, if we are talking about project manager, he is a very, very knowledgeful person. And if he is very, very knowledgeful person, my dear, if he is very, very knowledgeful person, definitely, my dear, the industry, the company will definitely try to take advantage from the project manager. You will be getting the PDF of this session in my Telegram channel, Srinivas Mechanical by Dheeraj Sardana. Material size PDF was also shared in that only. So guys, I already told you project manager is hired in the initial stage. Let me share the session to the students. Okay. Let me share the session to the students so that they can also reach here. Okay. I feel today very few students, maybe as after one day we have exam, or maybe people are not interested in project management. I don't know what is the reason. Yes. So guys, please tell me any doubt, then we are moving further. Please tell me any doubt, then we are moving further. Please tell me any doubt, then we are moving further. Okay. Yes. Okay guys, so moving further. So guys, as I already told you that project manager is the responsible person, with responsibility, authority also is required. So he is a person who is having authority as well as responsibility. Okay. So guys, now we are moving further. Like, you know, DM of a city, district manager, DM. Okay. So DM is having authority as well as responsibility to handle the situations also. So guys, now we are talking about this. Now we are talking about this, that in the project charter, the necessary qualities for handling the project for a project manager are also mentioned. Aim and objective of the project are also mentioned. So senior management is going to make this document specifically for the project manager, who is the most important person in a project. Okay. So guys, now I am telling you about very important. It can come in exam, that is said to be halo effect. What is that halo effect? If you remember, there was a time when BTech plus MBA was a trend. BTech plus MBA was a trend. Peoples, everyone who were going for BTech, they started preparing for CAT in the third year. And there was a combination of BTech plus MBA. Why? Because halo effect says that it is an assumption which says a good project manager is the one who is having good technical skills. So halo effect says कि एक अच्छा मैनेजर वही होगा जिसके पास अच्छी टेक्निकल स्किल्स होंगी, जो कि सही नहीं है. There are a lot of examples of good managers who were not from the technical background. Technical things, yes, definitely he would be having the knowledge of two fields. That is a good thing. So that is the reason at one time BTech plus MBA was a trend. But as your position is going to be senior, your technical work are getting reduced, managerial works are getting increased. So this is how the things are going to vary. So my dear, but we will say one point. So halo effect may or may not be true. That is not a universal thing. But project manager, if he is good at technical skills, may or may not be a good project manager. So as I say, halo effect is not a universal thing. आपको ऐसे example मिल सकते हैं जहाँ पे project manager technically sound हो but managerially sound नहीं हो. ऐसे बहुत सारे लोग हैं जो management अच्छा नहीं कर पाते but उनका technical बहुत अच्छा होता है. जैसे आप देखो, there are many peoples in the cricket team who plays very well but are not a good captain. बहुत सारे ऐसे खिलाड़ी हैं जिन्होंने कैप्टनसी में अच्छा परफॉर्म नहीं किया बट वो खेलते बहुत अच्छा थे. Okay, so that is why management is different. Okay, next is the ripple effect. What is ripple effect? This is a situation, जैसे मान लो आपको क्लाइंट ने कुछ काम दिया कि आपको इतना इतना प्रोजेक्ट करना है, मेरे लिए ये कर दो. तो माय डियर कभी कभी क्या होता है, आफ्टर सम टाइम व्हाट हैपेंस, द क्लाइंट इज हैविंग एन इंक्रीज इन डिमांड कि ये तो कर रहे हो, ये भी कर दो. सो माय डियर व्हेन ही हैव सम इंक्रीज इन डिमांड before delivery, it is said to be ripple effect. So this is the condition where client forces the contractor to accelerate the speed of execution in order to deliver the project before the described time limits, and he may ask for some extra things also. That thing is said to be the ripple effect. So time से पहले project खत्म करने के लिए force करना is said to be the ripple effect. Okay, so moving further guys, the project management plan. So project charter and project management plan are different things. Many students are facing difficulty to separate between project, because question will be coming theoretical from this. What is project charter versus project management plan? Project charter is made by senior management for the project manager, and project management plan is something which is made during the planning stage. तो प्रोजेक्ट चार्टर बहुत पहले प्रोजेक्ट इनिशिएशन में ही बना लिया जाता है, whenever project manager is hired. And my dear, project management plan is something which is majorly having the inputs from the project manager, and here the plan for the entire project to be executed is there, is said to be project management plan. So my dear, whenever we are talking about project management plan, it is having about time, cost and quality, because specification means quality only. Now we are moving about the PMO, that is project management organization. What are the roles of project management organization? Providing methodology and policy for the project management, providing guidance and training to the project persons, a resource of project managers for various organized initiatives, manages dependency between project progress and portfolios, function as one of the stakeholders. This is the PMO. Now my dear, we will be moving for the types of PMO. There is something called as supportive, there is something called as controlling. So PMOs are of various type. Project management organizations or project management offices, they are different things. When we are talking about project management organization, that is functional organization, projectized organization and matrix organization. Right now, like you know, PMO is Prime Minister Office. Here PMO is Project Management Office. So there are three types of PMOs. One is supportive PMO. So when we are talking about the supportive PMO is acting as a repository to your organization, and it supplies the templates, best practices, training and keep the track of lessons learned. As the name supportive, it is going to provide the support of the training, the learnings from the last projects. That is a kind of support. Second thing is controlling PMO. As the name suggests, here control word is coming. So they check whether organization, tool, process and standards are applied to the project or not. They are the checking bodies, whether things are going as per the plan or not. So they are controlling project management offices. And guys, the last one will be directive. So in the directive, they manage and have a high degree of control in the project. They are going to be superior than that of the controlling PMOs. So guys, just give me a minute. I feel I am not able to see the comment of one channel. Let me manage that. Okay. Fine. Now it is fine. So guys, please tell me till now whatever we have discussed, you got it or not. फिर हम आगे बढ़ेंगे. And do like and share the session, guys. Okay, moving further, guys. Moving further. So now I already told you when we are talking about the PMOs, so here we are showing that low to influencing to high, low to high. When the power is increasing, so my dear, there are some PMOs to whom we just need to keep informed the things. There are some who are managing closely. There are some to whom we need to keep satisfied. There are some who are in monitoring phase. So when we are talking about the stakeholders for a project, there are a lot of stakeholders. There are some stakeholders who are the key stakeholders, who are having the power to close the project. To them, we need to show that the project is going really well. We need to satisfy them, otherwise they can do anything. There are some to whom only we need to inform that that is going on right now. So based on the stakeholders, the powers will change, the information levels will change. So that is related to among the phases, power influence grid is shown like this. If stakeholder has a high power, low influence, we need to keep them satisfied. If they have high power, high influence, we need to manage with them closely. If they have low power, low influence, just monitor them. If they have low power, high influence, keep them informed. That will be coming in objective question. List 1, list 2. Be ready for that kind of questions. Assertion reason can come from this. So these kind of things you need to see closely. I am telling you. Then my dear, we are moving to the project manager, power and his key responsibility. One question every year comes from the power of project manager and responsibilities of project manager. So we already know he is the person who is having overall responsibility for the success or failure of the project. So my dear, when we are talking about the project manager, he is the person who is having a great authority in the project as well as great responsibility also. He should be able to connect several components or tasks to produce a logical whole. He is responsible for everything. He need to manage the team and everything also. So let us see the qualities of a project manager. What should be the qualities which must be there in a project manager? Obviously, he should have a good technical skills because technicalities are required in every project. He should have leadership skills because he need to lead the entire team. He must have knowledge of human resource management and also the resource management, and also he should be having the skills to motivate the team members for the work. He have a skill of team building because my dear, for different projects we need to have a different team sizes also. He must have the skill, if some two persons have some kind of conflict, he should satisfy both of them. Both of the person must think that person who is the project manager have taken care of himself, have taken care of the other person. If two people have conflict, you are going to favor one, then second person may go away from you. So you need to tackle in such a way that both should be thinking that you are with them. That kind of skill a project manager must have. So guys, now we are moving to this. This is the project manager. He is having direct connection with the senior management, direct connection with the client, direct connection with the project team, and direct connection with the organization, interested partners or contractors. So he is the center point of a project. So project manager is the center point of a project. Okay, so my dear, if he is in center point, he must be having responsibilities. He must be having some power. I am telling, these things we have discussed already. Now I am coming on to the powers. Okay, so this is how the hierarchy structure is working. Project manager is said to be the project execution head, and after that line manager and functional manager will come, after that engineer will come, after that supervisor will come, and after that worker will come. These worker and supervisor are the diploma persons, and on to which the command is there with the engineers. Some supervisor and engineers, they are at BTech level. After that line manager, functional manager, they will be MBAs, and project manager will come after that. This is how the complete structure is going to work. So guys, those slides which I am skipping, that I have already discussed before, that's why. So now we are talking about the power. So my dear, power is required, because if a project manager will not be having a power, how he will manage? Like in a class teacher, if a class teacher is not having the power to cut your attendance, why you will be listening to him or her? If he is not having the power to cut your marks, you will not be taking him or her seriously. That happens or not? Please tell me that. So guys, similarly, project manager also needs some powers. What are those powers? Let us see. The very first type of power is legitimate power, formal power, or you can say the positional power. This is the power of position, like Prime Minister of India. Narendra Modi ji is Prime Minister. That's why when he says, मित्रों आज से 500 के नोट नहीं चलेंगे, तो उनकी बात सबको माननी पड़ती है. If any normal person like today I will say कि आज से 2000 के नोट नहीं चलेंगे, आप मेरी बात नहीं मानोगे, because I am not at that position. That is the positional power. So there are some powers which comes with the position. In that, speciality is not with the person, speciality is with the chair. Like Chief Minister, Prime Minister, Director of a company. So these are the powers due to chair. If you are not sitting on that chair, you will not be having that power. So guys, previously if Manmohan Singh ji was at that post, now he is not there. Now he cannot make those decisions which now prime ministers can make. So that is why this power is not with the person, this power is with the position. That's why name is positional power. So my dear, there will be some power defined with the project manager post, that project manager can do this and that. So based on that, I will be having a fear of project manager if I am working under him, that if I will be not working properly, I may be fired from that. So guys, the second power is referent power. This is something which comes from the person himself. Like this is the power of using interpersonal skills. This is the power which will be depending on my thinkings, my habits, how I am going to manage the things. Like Mahatma Gandhi ji. Mahatma Gandhi ji was not in the chair before independent India, but still he was having a lot of authority. Peoples were getting impressed from him. Swami Vivekananda ji have given a speech which got famous, you know that. So that is a skill which is not coming with the chair. It is a kind of influencement, like how I influence. Like, you know, there are some teachers by which students are a lot of influenced. They start saying him, he is the god of civil, he is the god of mechanical. Actually, they are not. Teachers are just learners at some higher, you can say. We are learning at different stage. We are just at a higher stage because what you are doing now, we have done it 10, 12 years before. So that is the difference. Otherwise, what we are doing, we are studying and teaching you. So we are not making how I can be a god of some subject. But yes, that is what? That is the influenced students who are getting influenced. They say teacher to be a god. And that is, I'm not saying it is a bad thing. I'm just telling you, this is nothing but the referent power. Okay. Thanks, dear. So this is referent power. So if someone is impressed by me, it means I have made him influence. This is my referent power. And for this, I need not to have a chair. Next is expert power. Like if I have done my BTech in mechanical, I am expert. I'm MTech in thermal, I am expert of that. So this is coming with the degrees, with the learnings. Like ISRO scientist, he is master in research work. CA and doctor, they are master in their field. Dr. APJ Kalam was an exception. I will say is an exception. He is always there in our hearts. Because he was having expert power being a scientist. He was having legitimate power being a president. And he was having referent power. He was very much influential. Okay, so that is the expert power. Then my dear, next is the reward power. If a person who is working under me, he is doing very good work, I must have a power to give him reward. That is said to be the reward power. Similarly, my dear, when we are talking about reward power, it is like if some person is doing good work, I must have a power to give him reward which will appreciate his good work so that more and more persons would be doing great job to get that kind of rewards. And just opposite to reward power is coercive or penalizing power. Like your teachers have, if you are not sitting properly in the class, I will mark absent for you. If you will not be going as per my rules in the class, I will be giving you less marks in assignments. I will be cutting your marks in the paper because you are not my favorite student. Okay, so that kind of thing is penalizing power. If you are not working well, I will be having a power to fire you. Penalizing power. This is the worst kind of power. Worst kind. And my dear, out of these all types of power, project manager should have some power completely, some powers partially. Because if he will be having this power completely, then people will be in the fear of him. Even if he will be doing wrong, no one will be saying anything for him. So that is why this power should be in controllable limits. So my dear, complete power should be there in legitimate, expert and referent. He should be expert. He should have the referent power, means interpersonal skills, and legitimate. Interpersonal means people are following him. Then partial power are reward and coercive. Otherwise he will be giving reward to his close ones and fire the person who are going against him. Now we are talking about the next thing, that is project organization structure. So project organization structure is different. PMO is different. PMO also 3 types: supportive, controlling. We have seen that. And these are also 3 types: functional organization structure, projectized organization structure, matrix organization structure. When we are talking about the very first type of organization structure, which is said to be functional organization structure. In short form, if I will tell you, do you remember in the movies of 80s, 90s, there was a special character Lala who was having a good business established. He was the owner of that. In the movies, they were showing that Lala was the person who was giving money on interest to the peoples, and on the other hand, he was taking the land of theirs. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about where one person whole soul is having all the powers. Like I am starting a business, I am handling it from the starting. I am working with a manpower, but I am having every decision with me. It is a functional organization. It is a good thing for a small organization whose geographical area is limited to 1 or 2 cities. It is easy to handle there. If I will be having 20 centers all across India and I am saying every decision will be taken by me, then my dear, you feel that work will be able to be done? No, because the person who are in the Kerala, they need to ask everything from me. Every decision will be coming from me. Even every single pie will be coming from my side. It will be hectic for me as well, and it will be difficult for them to operate as well, because every time they need to be connected with me. So that is why functional organization structure is good only for less geographical area and for the cases where we are going to have a small organization. So in functional organization, what is going to happen, my dear? What is going to happen, my dear? It is the most basic and logical form of organization. It is the most stable form. It has long line of communication, long chain of command, and project related issues are solved with the concerned functional head. In this organization, my dear, what is going to head? Like, let us say I am a contractor and I am having 10 projects going on parallelly. I am working on 10 buildings. So here what will happen? I will be having a team of 50 people. And I will be dividing those 50 people onto those 10 projects as per my requirement where I would like to have them. All those 10 projects are going under me only. I am not giving the responsibility of a project to any one of them. I will be responsible for everything. But yes, to those persons, I am sending 5 at one place, 10 at other place, 12 at other place based on the requirement. So I will be using the same resources in all the projects. So that is the benefit, because of which my all the resources will always be working. Like let us say I am handling 3 things: GATE, GATE plus ESE, SSC JE. And I have the same faculty team. So I am going to send them to the 3 things. So none of my faculty will be free at any time because I am making them busy. But if, my dear, I am saying for GATE team will be separate, like in Byjus exam prep, for GATE team is separate, for SSC JE team is separate, for AE team is separate. So because of that, maybe sometime some of the persons will be free when the classes are less in one department. So when we are using functional organization, it is better from the point of view that we are optimally using, we are optimizedly using the team, because we are sending them to different projects whenever based on the requirements. But on the other hand, we have a loss here as well, because here if something goes bad, none of them is responsible. Only I am the responsible person. None of them will take responsibility. They will say, we have just done what you said. So there are some advantage, there are some disadvantage. What is disadvantage? That no one will take responsibility of failure, because I am not going to give them authority as well. No authority, no responsibility. That is functional organization. So here owner is working as a general manager. Under him, we will be having finance manager, production manager, personnel manager and marketing manager. And for all the projects, they will be taking care of. And they will be asking everything from me. Without my permission, nothing will happen. So here, whole sole responsibility is with me. So long line of communication will be there. Communication will be coming from this to here, this to here. He is not able to take any decision without my concern. This is good for small organization. In the starting, Patanjali was also having the same functional organization. Later on, when they were increased with the number of products, they changed themselves to projectized organization. So moving to the second case. So this is also the case of functional organization. I am the general manager, under me civil manager, that is having supervisor, head and tradesman. So things are going like this to me. I will be handling everything. So guys, functional organization is suitable for small organization. I will not be reading it, guys, because I have told you everything about functional organization. Why I have written this? For your revision. Is it good now that I shall tell you everything, or I shall read it? Reading will be boring for you. So I will be telling you everything, and as I already told you this, I can show you one thing like you can see. This type of organization is suitable for smaller organization. I told you that or not? He is saying the disadvantage of functional organization is that it is difficult to fix accountability because no one is responsible. I told you that or not? So the point is, whatever here is written, I already taught you. So I will not be reading that now. Moving further, guys. Advantages I already told you. Disadvantages also I told you. The same thing is mentioned here. Moving further, guys, to the projectized organization. In the projectized organization, this is going to be used where we are going to have more geographical areas, like 10 to 20 centers across India. Then I need to handle some project managers which are going to handle some projects. And here, as I said, if I am having GATE, ESC, AE and JE, 3 departments, the resources of one I will not be utilizing in second. The resources of second I will not be utilizing in third. So because of that, the resources may be not that much utilized. So costing will be more, because here for all the 3 I have different manpower, different machine, different setup, different studio, different office, everything is different. So that is why for all of them different costings will be there. Advantage is, now I have given the powers to this project manager for this project, second project manager to second project. So he is responsible now for the success or failure. I have given him everything he required. Now he is responsible for the success of project. This is the projectized organization. So my dear, here what is going to happen? We will be having a general manager, then it is the food product. So you can see Patanjali, food product is given the responsibility to this manager. Then pharmaceutical product, you know na, many things are coming from Baba Ramdev, Patanjali. Many pharmaceutical things are there. For them there will be one project manager. Other is cosmetic, other is health products. So for different products, different product managers are there, and they are responsible for that. Now in the entire India, wherever the food product will be going, that person will be responsible for that. That is how we are moving with. Okay. So my dear, when we are talking about this, here costings are more, but chances of success are less. Sorry, more. Third one is matrix organization. When we are talking about the matrix organization, here we have 2 types of control. One is horizontal control, other is vertical control. I am showing you how. With the graph you will get it better. Here there is a general manager. Under him there is a finance manager, production manager, personnel manager, marketing manager, R&D manager. And these are the different projects. These are the 3 projects going on. For different projects, we have project manager A, project manager B, project manager C. Under him, obviously the project is going on. Now for all the projects, finance work will be taken care by finance manager. So in horizontal, we have functional manager. When we write now finance manager, product manager, they are said to be functional managers. So functional managers are different. They have horizontal control. So they have control over all the projects, but only for finance. He have control over all the project, but for production. He have control over all the project, but personnel. He have control over all the project for marketing. He have control over all the project for R&D. And this project manager will be having control only on this project, but for everything. So here 2 controls are there. So for every activity, 2 persons will be there. Finance manager and project manager. They both have responsibility and power. Now, my dear, we are studying the subject known as project management. So for us, the powers of project manager are more important. So if these are more powerful, we will say it a strong matrix. If these are more powerful, we will call them weak matrix. Okay. So if project managers are more powerful, we will call it as strong matrix. If functional managers are more powerful, we will call them weak matrix. And if both have balance, we will call it as balanced matrix. Okay. So guys, we have seen all the types now, and questions are asked from them. Strong, weak and balanced matrix. So guys, in strong, weak and balanced matrix, I would like to say strong matrix is something in which project manager is having the highest power. Okay. So if you want to see the trend of all, I have shown it in the very starting slide. I will show you right now. That slide will be very important for one question in ESC paper. That slide will be coming now. This. So guys, this is the functional organization. This is projectized. So when we go from functional to weak matrix to balanced matrix to strong matrix to projectized, the power of project manager increases. The power of project manager increases, and here the power of functional manager decreases. So this is something from which question can come. So if someone will ask you where project manager is having the maximum or highest power, you will say in the projectized organization, after that strong matrix, then balanced matrix, then weak matrix, then functional organizations. So from that question can come, a lot of questions are framed, and with this we have completed the organization structures. So I feel everybody got it. One question is coming from that. Yes, this is majorly theoretical part, but guys, as they are asked in paper, we need to cover as per the syllabus. I feel if any of the student have just attended these sessions on YouTube, he can very easily get the qualifying marks for ESC paper 1. Not qualifying, actually the marks which are decent for the student who qualify ESC. Because minimum qualifying marks for ESC paper 1 are only 15%, that is 30 marks. If you have 30 marks, your second technical paper will be checked for sure. But overall, it should be more than 250 marks out of 500. Then the chances of selection are more. Okay, so let's move further, guys. Okay. Now we are going for the feasibility studies. This is the last part of project initiation. I told you we have done 4 phases. One is initiation, other is planning, third one is execution, fourth one is closure. Out of these 4, the biggest chapter is project initiation. You can see we started at 10 AM. It is nearly 11:42. So in next 15-18 minutes, we will be completing this first chapter. Not first chapter, first stage, first phase. Already 2 chapters are over. So guys, first 3 chapters are coming under the first project initiation stage. Then in planning, it is also a good length chapter. Then execution, closure and executions are smaller. Okay, they will take less time. Great, Arun, great, बहुत बढ़िया. So guys, now we are moving to the feasibility studies. Now we are moving to the feasibility studies. Now we are moving to feasibility study. So my dear, here the very first feasibility study we are going for technical appraisal. I already told you here we are going to see the feasibility of a project. That whether the project is feasible from technical point of view, from financial point of view, from market demand point of view, from economical point of view. What do you mean by them all? So my dear, when I say technical point of view, I want to check whether all the technologies, all the machines required for the project, will I be able to have them or not? That is available to me or not? Then my dear, I will go for market demand, whether the project is having demand in the market or not. Financial means I will be having the proper fund to run the project or not. Economical means will it be affecting badly to the society? And if yes, what I will be doing for that? So my dear, these are all the aspects which we are going to take care of. So let us start with the technical appraisal. So my dear, here the most common things which are analyzed are this. The first of all, objectives. Second is location and site. So my dear, there are different projects which require different types of location. Like if some of the project, like resources oriented project, they involve geological analysis, for example mining and mineral projects. So whenever we are going to decide the location of any project, we need to have multiple locations in our mind, and then we will be looking at various aspects, that their manpower is available or not, what will be the costing there, how is the environment there, what is the offering of government there, is any benefit I can get from the government if I change the location from this to anything else. So guys, based on the different cities, different locations where I will get more benefit, that location is getting chosen. And for that we are going to have LCI, that is location cost index. It may come in the exam. What is location cost index? If I am having some two cities A and B from which I need to make the decision, CA is the cost of setting of plant at location A, CB is the cost of setting of plant at location B. Then LCI for A is CA by CB into 100, and LCI for B is CB by CA into 100. So you can check it like this. If LCI is coming less than 100, then project location should be preferred. If it is coming less than 100, means A will be having lesser cost than B. So based on that, selection of location will be done. That is said to be location cost index. Okay, so that is very important term. Then my dear, we need to see about the plant size. Plant size will be totally depending on the demand as well. So when we are talking about this, it should be optimum. ये इतना बड़ा भी ना हो कि वेस्टेज उतना हम यूज ही नहीं कर पा रहे, उतना डिमांड ही नहीं है, इतना छोटा भी ना हो कि हर महीने 2 महीने बाद हमको चेंज करना पड़े. So that is how the plant size will be selected. Next is technology. These all things are coming under technical analysis. Technology means the machines we are going to use, the technologies we are going to use. Okay, like nowadays artificial intelligence and data sciences are at their peak. So different times we were using different machines. There was a time of DNC, direct numeric control. Before that we were using manual machines. Then time comes for CNCs. And now you know CNCs are also old technologies. Now after that we started using adaptive numerical control. After that we started using FMS, flexible manufacturing systems. Nowadays how the things are modernized. So based on that, it should not be like we are making a product where we are still using that lathe machine which is outdated. So for that we need to take care of technology as well. So my dear, technology will be depending on time and space. Time, with the time the technology is changing, and even country to country. Every country, some are developed countries, some are developing countries, some are underdeveloped. So like some are using 5G, some are using 4G, some are still using 2G, 3G. So that is the point. So it will be depending on the space where you are in and time, how it is going on. So guys, the important aspect which are considered in the technology are specification of task, ease of availability, cost, operation and maintenance, time and future expendability, and then we will be having adaptability and simplicity, safety and environment, or social friendly or not. All these are the parameters which are going to be taken care. It should not be like I am taking today a technology which is going to be changed after 1 year. Okay, so I must take care of that. Then my dear, we will be talking about design, layout and machinery. That also we have already talked about. Then construction process, how you are going to construct, what are the things you are going for outsourcing, what are the things you are going to manufacture within the firm, what are the assessment of financial implications. All these things will be taken care of. Okay, procurement method, how you are going to procure the material or machinery. All these things will be coming under technical aspect. Okay, so they can ask you by giving 3 to 4 things out of these 4 which are coming in technical aspect. Okay, then operational inputs, and after that what are the main input, that is raw material, processed material, sub assemblies, share parts, water, gas and fuel supply. What is that? Let us say I want to make this marker. For this marker, one material is this plastic. Okay, this plastic is there. So I will be having that as a raw material. But after that, I will be machining it in this shape. That will be my process material. After that, I will be having this nib of the pen, which I need to enter, which I need to put it into in this marker. That is the third kind of thing. Okay, that is component or sub assembly. Then my dear, if I will be having this, I may be requiring some spare parts. If in this some of the, let us say that this marker is of this type, so I need to have that as a spare part. For this spare part also means I will be having different nibs. I may need to change the nibs which is there in the pen tablet marker. And at the end, I would be requiring the oils which are used in the processing of these markers. I would be requiring some gas supplies, some water supplies. So all these are coming under the inputs. Okay. So there are some topics which are easy, interesting. Some are easy but not interesting. Difficult is nothing in this. Okay. So guys, now we will see question to be considered in this state. Is it proven or state of the art or absolute technology what we are using? Whether the technology know-how is locally available or not. Do you visualize any problem with regard to scaling up the operation? So at this stage, to make any decision to say yes or no for technical feasibility, we need to see three parameters. First thing we need to check, whatever we are doing is going to be a new technology or it is already proven one. First thing. Second thing, if we are going to use this technology, then will it be available near to me or I need to import it from outside the India, outside the country? And if I am going to import it, is it going to be very costly? That I need to take care. Third thing is, if tomorrow I need to scale up, will I be able to go with the same or I need to change everything? So these things are needed to be taken care of. And once we get the answer to these three questions, we will say yes for the technical feasibility, and we will say that yes, technically our project is feasible. Now we will go for the market demand analysis. In market demand analysis, we need to take care of two things. One is break-even analysis, other is forecasting. Break-even analysis is something which will tell you that when the break-even point will come. What is break-even point? Break-even point is the condition when you will be having neither profit nor loss. It is a no profit, no loss condition. This is a condition after which you will start getting profits. So whatever you have given as input, that will be coming to you. You will be at zero position at that time. Is said to be break-even point. So my dear, to see the break-even point, we need to see first of all the thing known as fixed cost. Whenever some things are going to be done, whenever industry is going to be set up, there are some costs which are said to be fixed cost. They have nothing to do with the production. Like you have taken some space on rent. Whether you start manufacturing or not, you need to pay the rent. You have taken some shop for putting the material. You put the material or not, you need to pay the rent. You have hired some staff for security guard, for other purpose, peons and all, managers. My dear, whether you go for production or not, you need to pay their salaries. My dear, the AC bills of those peoples, those managers, you need to pay whether you start working or not. So all such costs are coming under fixed costs which have nothing to do with manufacturing. Then my dear, we are going to have, these are the things I have already told you, rent. So I already told you, that's why I will not be going into that again. Second is the variable cost. Variable cost is something which will be depending on the manufacturing. You will be using the raw material of this marker only when the manufacturing will be done. You will be using the oil grease in the machinery only when the machine will be working. Machine workers will be working on the machine. They will be getting the wages in the shift of 8 hours only if you are calling them for the production purpose. So my dear, they are said to be direct labors, direct materials, and the machines will be running, then only you need to pay the electricity bill of theirs, maintenance of theirs. So these costs will be coming only when production is going on, and these costs are linearly varying with the production rate. Okay. So my dear, what is break-even analysis? Break-even analysis is the study where we make the relation between three things. One is the volume of production, other is the revenues, and third is the various costs. So about these three things we are going to have this graph. What is the graph? Let me show you the graph. Graph is there or not? This is the graph. So my dear, this is the fixed cost. It has nothing to do with volume of production. On x-axis we have volume of production. Then my dear, this is the variable cost. Sorry, this is not variable cost. I have made it wrong. Okay. So this is the fixed cost. This is the fixed cost. Then this will be the variable cost. Variable cost. And the slope of this variable cost is small v. If someone asks me what is the total cost is fixed cost plus variable cost. It is fixed cost plus small v into x. This is going to be the total cost. So total cost is summation of these two, means this curve will be shifted by f amount. So this line is the total cost curve, just parallel to variable cost line. Then my dear, there will be some selling cost, which is the sales revenue. What is sales revenue? It is कि एक quantity 5 रुपए में बिकी तो 100 quantity 500 रुपए में. So my dear, selling cost is shown by this curve. This is given as small s into x. The slope of this curve is small s. So if small s will be more than small v, then only these curve will be meeting at some point. If small s is less than v, then this curve will be going like this. They will never meet. So small s should always be more than v. Otherwise, break-even point will never come. Profit will never come. Benefits will never come. So guys, do like and share the session, and please tell me, are you getting it or not? So my dear, this is the necessary condition if you want to earn some kind of profit. So where these curves are meeting, here the total sales and total cost are becoming equal. That's why this is said to be break-even point. If you are going to manufacture this much quantity, you will be neither profit nor loss, and this will be the total sales at that time. So you can see for break-even point, the condition is selling cost will be equal to total cost. So what is selling cost? It is small s into x. What is total cost? F plus Vx. So you can write x at break-even point is, this formula is very important for ESE exam. Every year one question is coming from this. Is it clear or not? Please tell me that. Very good, Byjus. So this is going to be the case of break-even quantity. But my dear, this is the quantity. After that, if you are going to manufacture any number of quantity, it will give you profit. So let us say we are making these much quantities. Then this area is showing the profit. And if you are going to make less than this, then this will be showing you the loss. So this is the point of no profit, no loss. So if you want to write generally, selling cost is going to be fixed cost plus variable cost plus profit. So when profit becomes 0, you will be getting break-even point. So otherwise this equation is going to be valid. Everybody got it? Everybody got it? Yes, yes, yes. So this is the beauty, my dear. This is the break-even analysis, from which this is very, very important. XBP. And the angle between these two lines is the theta, and theta is said to be what? What is the name of theta? Theta is said to be, theta is the angle of incidence. And if theta is going to be more, then my dear, break-even point will come soon. Profit will be more. Okay, so that is something called as break-even analysis. Moving further, my dear. Now we are talking about market demand analysis, second part. This is where we see when and how much will be the demand of the product in the market. Because whenever we are going for the production is Okay, TPM, you want P to V ratio, but I would like to say for paper 1, P to V ratio is not important. So there is something called as PV ratio. PV ratio is important for industrial. PV ratio is defined as S minus V divided by what? This is S minus V. What is S minus V? S minus V is nothing but F plus P divided by S. So what is F plus P? I am telling you. You know that S can be written as F plus V plus P. आप इसको लिख सकते हो F plus small v into X plus profit P. So if I will be writing S minus V, it will be F plus P. This term is said to be the gross profit or gross margin. So when this is divided by S, it is said to be profit volume ratio. Profit volume ratio is used in case of multi-product system. So that is not important for ESE paper 1. Generally, it may come. I am not saying not come, but it is least important. More important is break-even analysis here. So we are talking about the market demand. When we are talking about the market demand analysis here, we are going to find out that how much quantities will be required in the market at what time, because we are going to manufacture the component or product only based on the requirement. If there is no demand in the market, what we will do to make anything? So when we are making something, demand should be there in the market. So for that, what are the things we are going to see? One is demand forecasting, that is very, very important. Comparative predictions, secondary data resources, estimation of market share. What is market share like? You know that if in the market there are 4 players, then every player would be having some share of the market. And that is the things we need to see, because based on that we will get to know that where we lie and what we need to do. So market demand analysis is done for short term, medium term and long term. If it is going to be done for less than a year, it is short term. If it is done for 1 to 3 years, it is medium. If it is done for more than 4 years, it is going to be long term planning. And if we are going for that, forecasting can be done on the firm level, industry level, national level or international level. For the firm level, it is done by specific firm and its product. Industry level, the forecasting is done for a particular industry, food industry, education industry. When we are going for national level, they are done to see the effects of government decision. And international is done for MNCs. Okay. Then my dear, what is the criteria of good forecasting? First of all, forecasting what is not new to us. You must have seen weather forecasting. Whenever you want to go somewhere, you first of all check the weather forecasting. And if weather says tomorrow are the chances of heavy rain at that place, you may not be going if you are going for some official work. If you are going for enjoyment, then it is going to be a good thing to have rainy season. So my dear, that's weather forecasting. So similarly, if demand is forecasted, it is said to be demand forecasting. So what should be the points for that? If it is accurate, it is good. If it is reasonable and consistent, it is good. Reasonable and consistent means if he is showing that demand is increasing, he must have the reason for the same. If it shows that consistently, what do you mean by consistency? Like if today he is giving good the correct weather, tomorrow also the correct weather. Some time, some gaps is okay. कहने का मतलब ये है कि कंसिस्टेंटली अगर कोई चीज सही से परफॉर्म कर रही है, जैसे मैं अगर देखता हूं कल बारिश आने वाली है और कल बारिश होती है, परसों देखता हूं बहुत तेज धूप है, बहुत तेज धूप होती है, तो ऐसा नहीं आज तो सही आ रहा है कल गलत आ जाए. तो कंसिस्टेंटली मतलब 80 to 90% तक की कंसिस्टेंसी भी होनी चाहिए. देन माय डियर, ये इकोनॉमिकल होना चाहिए. ऐसा नहीं मुझे खर्चा बहुत पड़ गया, कम समय में पता लग जाना चाहिए, देख के समझ में आना चाहिए, कम समय में होना चाहिए और फ्लेक्सिबल होना चाहिए. ये सारी क्वालिटीज होनी चाहिए. सो माय डियर, फोरकास्टिंग कैसे किया जाता है वो अब हम देखते हैं। जब हम फोरकास्टिंग की बात करते हैं, फोरकास्टिंग इज ऑफ टू टाइप्स, वन इज सेड टू बी क्वालिटेटिव, अदर इज सेड टू बी क्वांटिटेटिव। जैसा कि एज द नेम सजेस्ट, क्वालिटेटिव इज बेस्ड ऑन द क्वालिटी ऑफ जजमेंट ऑफ ए पर्सन and quantitative will be depending on the past years data, previous years data. So my dear, when we are talking about long term or short term, why we need to take care of? For long term we need to go for the qualitative, for short term we need to go for the quantitative. Because if you see the admission in the engineering colleges, if today they are, let us say, 40% of the total seats, then tomorrow they cannot directly go to 100%. They will increase slowly, because now if you see, the jobs are increasing in PSUs from last 2 years. So when jobs are increasing slowly, the student will once again start taking interest in engineering. So from 40, maybe next year we get 45% filled. I am taking an arbitrary data. This is not the correct data. Okay, that much reduction is not there, no doubt. So my dear, if you are talking about just 3 months ahead, 4 months ahead, 6 months ahead, then quantitative, previous data is useful. If you are looking for what will be the future of mechanical engineering after 5 years, future of electronics after 5 years, future of electricals after 5 years, then this is going to be long term. Here we need to see the quality. Then I need to think with the different aspect. So my dear, here we will use the qualitative. What is qualitative? In qualitative we are having some techniques like opinion survey. Opinion survey, here we are talking about the market demand. So we will be going to the distributors, we will be going to the shopkeepers, and we will be giving them a survey form where it will be written why you want our product, what are the qualities you like in our product, what are the dislike of your product, our product. Will you recommend this product to your friends? And if yes, why? If not, why? Whatever the price we are taking, are you happy with that? Whatever the profit you are making, are you happy with that, distributors? So these kind of questions are framed and we take the answers of them. That is said to be opinion survey. That is a good method? I will say no. Why? Because if you are going to purchase some product from some of the shop and he give you a form, you know how seriously we fill the form. In the railways, you have seen sometimes persons are coming, sir, please fill the form, कि मैंने सफाई अच्छे से करी है. आप देखते भी नहीं, फॉर्म कर दे, अरे क्या ही फर्क पड़ता है. So the point is, those forms, if you are in a hurry, you will not be filling it properly. So that is not a very good idea. What is the second option is? Second option is, you may give the free samples of your product. You must have seen sometimes in the childhood, some people were coming that our company have launched a new biscuit. I remember when I was child, some aunties were coming and they were sending the biscuits. They were giving it for free. They said, we have launched a new biscuit and the name of the biscuit was Pappuji. They have made copy of Parle-Ji. So they have said it was written on that Pappuji, and they have said, given that biscuit for free, 4 packets in every home. This is said to be the giving the free samples. But that is valid for the small product like biscuit, toffees, chocolates, not for the OD, Maruti Suzuki car. They cannot give free samples. So free sample method is good for the small products. And then after giving them, after 15 days, they come for the feedback. If you like the product, will you buy this? If you don't like the product, it's fine. Tell me the reason. This is the second case, second method. Suitable for chocolate, toffee, but not suitable for big products. Third method is, there are some agencies which are doing this. Those agencies, what they are doing is, they are giving you all the information authentically. Like, if you are going to launch a product which is good for a particular age group, you would like to know how many people of that age group are living there. And my dear, for that, what will happen? For that, those agency will be giving that work to the persons to whom they are paying the salaries. So they are the person who will be going door by door. They will be asking the questions and filling the form for them. Okay, how many peoples are there? What age group, what income group, they will mention all the things. And you will get the authentic data, and by looking at the data, you will be able to know whether you shall launch this product in this market for the long term or not. Maybe that income group is not that much who can afford your product. That is said to be the third method. Okay, that is consumer survey method. So nominal group method is that where we were giving the samples. Then the last one is Delphi method. Delphi method is where experts of the field are called. And experts are called for the conferences. You must have seen in your colleges when you are having 2 months summer break. At that time, your faculties are having faculty training program at the college, FTPs. Like, you know, there are some teachers who are teaching you SolidWorks softwares. They learn those software in those FTPs, faculty training programs, in the summer vacation. Similarly, in the companies also some conferences are done where some experts are called, where you can ask your doubt from the expert. They will answer that. Based on that, you can make a questionnaire for them. And likewise, the process will go on. That is something beautiful, Delphi technique. That is said to be qualitative method. Then, my dear, we are moving to quantitative, which is used for short and medium term. For that, the first method is the simple average. Simple average, you know, if I want to forecast for the 4th year, I will add the demand of last 3 years and divide it by 3. That is said to be the simple average. Second is the moving average. So for moving average, what is the case? This is the simple average. If I will be going for the 5th year, I will be adding the demand of 4 years. This is the simple average. Okay, D4 by 4. This is simple average. Then what is moving average? When we are talking about the moving average, I am going to that method, moving average. Okay, moving average. So in the moving average, what is going to happen? Like if you are writing F4, I am saying 3-year moving average. So then I will be writing D1 plus D2 plus D3 by 3 is fine. There is no problem. But when I will be writing F5, then I will be removing D1. I will say D2 plus D3 plus D4 by 3. It is said to be the moving average. Means one data will be removed, other data will be added up. Next is the weighted moving average. Next is the weighted moving average. Simple average is done. Moving average is done. Then we are having weighted moving average. In weighted moving average, we will be giving some weights. Like let us say we are having the demand of 4 years. D1, D2, D3, D4. And we want to forecast for the 5th year. So I will give the weight to 4th year as, you know, the summation of 4 plus 3 plus 2 plus 1. It is going to be 10. So I will be saying the weightage to the 4th one is 4 by 10. Weightage to the 3rd one is 3 by 10. Weightage to the 2nd one is 2 by 10. Weightage to the 1st one is 1 by 10. So it is 0.1, 0.2, 0.3 and 0.4. You can see the summation will be 1. So you will be saying the forecast for the 5th year is 0.4 times of D4, 0.3 times of D3, 0.2 times of D2, 0.1 times of D1 divided by 1. This is the forecast for the 5th year. Forecast for the 5th year. Are you getting it, guys, properly? Please tell me that. This is the forecast for the 5th year. Weighted moving average. Moving to the last one is exponential smoothing method. Here we are going to give the weight to all the data in exponential order. We will give more weight to the recent data and less weight to the past data. In the weighted moving average also we have done the same. We are giving 40% weight to the recent data, 30% to the previous data, 20% to more previous, 10% to more previous. Here we are doing it the same in the exponential order. For that there is a simple formula. Ft is alpha times of Ft minus 1 plus 1 minus alpha into, yes, sorry. The demand FT is FT minus 1, then plus alpha times FT minus 1 minus DT minus 1. I'm writing it in much better way. If you want to write down the forecast of some T plus 1th period, it is equals to the forecast of Tth period plus alpha times of demand minus forecast of Tth period. That is said to be error. You need to understand it what it is. आप फोरकास्ट करना चाहते हो 5वें साल के लिए, तो आपको इसके लिए एक फॉर्मूला लगता है एक्सपोनेंशियल स्मूथिंग में, जिसकी ये डिराइव भी होता है, मैंने डेरिवेशन कर रखा है, मैं करा सकता हूं, इंडस्ट्रियल में कराता हूं, पर इसमें ईएससी पेपर 1 में मेजॉरिटी ऑफ द स्टूडेंट आर मे नॉट बी फ्रॉम मैकेनिकल फ्रॉम ऑल ब्रांचेस, सो यू नीड नॉट टू हैव दिस डेरिवेशन, यू कैन डायरेक्टली रिमेंबर द रिजल्ट. तो फोरकास्टिंग ऑफ 5th पीरियड इज गिवन एज फोरकास्टिंग ऑफ 4th पीरियड प्लस एक्सपोनेंशियल स्मूथिंग कांस्टेंट whose value will be given, which is given as 2 by n plus 1 and is the number of years. Alpha times of D4 minus F4. This is the actual demand of 4th period and forecast of 4th period. This is said to be the error. Why error? Because if forecast in the 4th year was 100, demand was 120, then it was not correct forecasting. So I will call it as error. So my dear, this is the formula you have to use for exponential smoothing. If alpha value is given, you will not be using this formula. This formula will be used only if alpha value is not given, neither given nor asked. Okay, so this is the beauty of exponential smoothing. With this we have completed this also. With this we have completed this also. I feel this is repeatedly coming now. We have seen all the methods one by one. Everybody got it? Please tell me that, guys. We have seen all the methods. If you would be asking me about alpha, if alpha value is coming 0.7 to 0.9, it means it is more appropriate for new product for which demand is shifting significantly. Because if already the product is there in the market from a lot of time, then there is some kind of stability in demand comes. So it is 0.7 to 0.9 for a new product, 0.1 to 0.3 for a stable trend, 0.4 to 0.6 may be obtaining more accurate forecast. So alpha value, if it is lying in the range for 0.4 to 0.6, this is said to be the most stable forecast. This is the preferable thing. Okay, so guys, I feel we have seen a lot about this. So do like and share the session. We have completed demand analysis. Now we will move to the financial analysis. So you can say around 50% is over. Around 50% things are over. Other things which now are coming after 1 hour are very less time taking. So we are continuing, guys, moving further to the financial analysis or financial feasibility study. Here we are going to check the financial aspect of a project. When I am saying financial aspect, Vijaya, I feel this is ESE paper 1 session is going on. But yes, IIT Bombay, IIT Madras are asking mathematics, no doubt about that. Okay, they ask mathematics. Okay, if you are talking about the lateral entry, I don't feel there should be any problem from that. But yes, sometimes IIT Bombay and IIT Madras are famous for that. They are asking mathematics, and mathematics is asked generally if you are going for the branches like operation, research and all. In technicals, it is not every time it will be asked. But I would like to say that there is a Telegram channel of mine, Mechanical by Dheeraj Sardana. You ask that kind of question there, I will answer you, and even I may call you for the same. Okay, I will give you the number. We can connect on phone also. But for the timing, let us concentrate on our ESE part, okay, because day after tomorrow is the paper. So in the financial analysis, my dear, what are the things we are going to do actually? So in the financial analysis, we need to see how financially strong we are for the project. Here we need to estimate the cost of the project. Then we need to estimate the operational cost. What is operational cost? It is not like if I take a space, if I take a building, if I take the machine, I purchase all the things. Let us consider that in the form of gym. Let us say I am going to start a gym. Vijaya, this session is till 2 p.m. After that we can connect. Okay, because actually as the session is going in 2 channels, I am unable to see your complete comment. They are asking to update. In that case, you definitely it would be required thing. But better we connect after 2 p.m. I feel. Okay, then I can give you better idea. Okay, guys. So let us say I am going to start a gym. I will be taking the space for the gym. I will be purchasing all the treadmills and all, every machine I have purchased. But after that, is my cost over? No. I need to hire some persons who will be handling that, who will be working as the trainers for the peoples, and also those machines will be spending some electricity. For that I need to pay the bill. So the point is, there is something called as operation cost. The salaries of those peoples will come under that. So one is the estimation of project cost, second is the operating cost. Third is the estimation of project funds. Funds means what are the funds allocated to that project and what is the status of that. And the last one is the rate of return. When we are doing a project, obviously we want to earn some money from that. If I have put in 1 crore in the gym, I want some money from that, because otherwise I could have that 1 crore rupee in the bank and get the benefit of interest without doing anything. So if I am taking the risk, I want more rate of return. So guys, that is said to be financial analysis. For financial analysis, the first method is average rate of return on investment, or accounting rate of return, or return on investment. So ROI, ARR are the same thing, and it is defined as average annual profit after taxes by average investment over the project life into 100. This is the formula for ARR. You need to remember these formula, from them questions can directly come. As this is Pallavi Singh, we will be completed by 2 to 2:30 p.m. Not more than that. Okay, we are completing all the subjects within 4 hours in general, if they are not very big. So by 2 p.m. I will complete it. Now I am not doing much numericals, because as I said that this is a marathon session where I need to revise all the things. This is the time to revise, and questions in ESE are very simple. Okay, so they are based on these terms only. Moving to the second thing, my dear. Second thing is we have seen that in this formula, average annual profit and average investment. So my dear, when we are talking about average annual profit after taxes, how they will be calculated? They will be calculated as 1/2 of half into initial cost minus salvage value plus salvage value plus working capital. Why I am doing half of it? Because my dear, if you are putting some money initially and after that you are getting some money back. So in initial, if I have put it 1 lakh rupees, okay, and finally I am left with the 10,000 rupees scrap. So this is the initial cost I have spent, and this is the salvage value, means after the completion of project, what will be the value of the machineries which are left after. So my dear, no doubt 1 lakh is this, 10,000 is this, and I am also getting money every year out. So that is why all the time my 1 lakh rupees was not there. So my dear, if you want to find out average profit is already mentioned. Average annual profit after taxes is calculated by adding up after tax profit each year of the project life by dividing it to the number of years. What do you mean by that? If you want to write average annual profit, then he is saying add the profit of every year and divide it with the number of years. This will be the average annual profit, and these profits are after taxes. Means once I will pay the tax, then whatever is left behind is the profit. And this is the average investment. Why average investment? Because initially I kept 1 lakh rupees, finally I got 10,000 rupees, and in between I was getting some amount of money, profit I was taking every year. So all the time my 1 lakh rupees was not there. If I kept 1 lakh rupees and every month I was taking out 1,000 rupees, then that 1 lakh rupees all the time was not invested. That is why to get the average investment, we are dividing initial cost minus salvage value. Then I am adding the salvage value plus working capital. This is the average investment. Okay, because we are finding out the average investment because at all the times we are not having the same amount of money in the project. That is why. So guys, next we are moving to the next case. What is that? Okay, what is working capital? Working capital is current asset minus current liabilities. Like you would be having some assets, like you are having the building, let us say you are having some machines and all, many things you are having. Some things are assets, some things are liabilities. Liabilities means you need to pay the debt, you need to pay the interest. Those are liabilities. So when you will be subtracting liabilities from the asset, you will get the working capital. I feel everybody is getting it. Please tell me, are you getting it or not? Then we will be moving further to the second thing is payback period. So first way to do the financial analysis is ROI, rate of interest, annual rate of return. We have seen that. For that, the formula also we have seen that. We have seen how the calculations are done. Everything is covered. Second is payback period. Payback period is something in which we are going to calculate in how much time we will get our initial investment back. That is said to be the payback period. So if you see the payback period formula, that it is the traditional method. ये वो method है जो हम शुरू से यूज करते हैं. अगर मैंने 10 लाख रुपए आज लगाया तो मैं ये देखता हूं कितने साल बाद मेरा पैसा वापिस आ जाएगा. उसके बाद प्रॉफिट जो भी हो सो हो. This is the traditional method, but my dear, if you see with the current time, it is not the good method. Why? क्योंकि जब हम पेबैक पीरियड लगाते हैं तो हम ये मानते हैं कि आज अगर मैं 10 लाख रुपए लगा रहा हूं, 4 साल बाद मेरे 10 लाख वापस आ गए तो मैं बोलूंगा पेबैक पीरियड 4 साल है. पर हम ये नहीं लगाते अंदाजा कि आज के 10 लाख और 4 साल बाद के 10 लाख सेम है कि नहीं. नहीं है. आज के 10 लाख और 4 साल बाद के 10 लाख सेम नहीं है. Because the persons who were having the salary of 10,000 at 2004, they were very happy at that time. Today, the person who are having the salary of 10,000, it is very difficult to live for them. Prices have been changed of everything. Depreciation happens. महंगाई बढ़ती रहती है. तो because of all these reasons, आज के 10 लाख और 4 साल बाद के 10 लाख सेम नहीं है. वैल्यू ऑफ द मनी इज ऑलवेज डिक्रीजिंग विद द टाइम. उस समय पर रुपए और डॉलर का रेशियो कुछ था, आज की डेट में कुछ अलग है. 1947 में 1 रुपए बराबर 1 डॉलर था, आज शायद 80 रुपए से ज्यादा का 1 डॉलर है. तो क्योंकि हम सारी चीजें जो बाहर से खरीदते हैं डॉलर, इसलिए डॉलर से मैंने कंपेयर कर दिया. तो आपको यह बताने के लिए कि टाइम वैल्यू ऑफ मनी भी होती है. जो पैसा आज की डेट में वैल्यू रखता है वो कल की डेट में शायद नहीं रखेगा. शायद आप जब बीटेक कर रहे हैं तो आपकी फीसिस जो रही होंगी वो उस समय नहीं रहेंगी जब आपके बच्चे बीटेक कर रहे होंगे. उस समय की फीसिस बिल्कुल अलग होंगी. जब हम बच्चे थे उस समय पर शायद 1 करोड़ एक बहुत बड़ी रकम थी, अभी नहीं है. Are you getting it or not? समझ आ रहा है कि नहीं? So guys, whenever we are going for payback period, it is initial investment by constant annual cash flow. When you will be dividing by this, you will be getting that payback period. और constant annual cashback मतलब क्या? कि इनिशियली हमने 10 लाख रुपीस लगाया और हमें पता है हर साल 2 लाख रुपए आ रहा है, तो 5 साल के अंदर पैसे वापस, पे बैक पीरियड. ओके, बट माय डियर, इफ एवरी ईयर वी आर नॉट गेटिंग इट, अगर हर साल 2 लाख नहीं आ रहा, कभी 2 लाख, कभी 1.5 लाख, कभी 3 लाख ऐसे आ रहा है, इफ द मनी इज कमिंग नॉट कॉन्स्टेंट, not in the form of constant cash flow, then the formula for payback period is A plus B by C. Now what is A, B and C? A is the last period with negative cumulative cash outflow. B is the absolute value of cumulative cash outflow and cash inflow during the next period after A. I am telling you how it is. I am showing you the case. Like for this question, here I am showing a question. XYZ company is planning to undertake a project requiring initial investment of 105 crores. The project is expected to generate a cash flow of 25 crores per year. Then my dear, we need to just divide 105 by 27. Sorry, 25. So you will be getting the 4.2 years as payback period. तो 4.2 years में आपका पैसा वापिस आ जाएगा. Okay. But here, a company is planning to take a project requiring initial investment of 50 crores and is expected to generate 10 crores in first year, 13 crores in second year, 16 crore in third year, 19 crore in fourth year, 22 crore in fifth year. What is the payback period? So here I will be writing that initially I have invested the 50 crores rupees. It is minus 50. First year I got 10 crores rupees. Okay, first I am writing it 0. This is the 0th year. So first year I will be getting plus 10 crores. So we are still at minus 40 crores because we got 10 crores back. Then in the second year we got 13 crores. So we are still at minus 27 crores. Then in the third year we got 16 crores. We are still at minus 11 crores. In the fourth year, we got 19 crores. So now we are at plus 8 crores. So you can see, my dear, in the fourth year, we will come to positive. So between third and fourth year, somewhere we are, between third and fourth year, we are becoming positive. So if you see, initially data was minus 50 to minus 40 to minus 27 to minus 11. After that we are positive. So the last year up to which we were negative was the third. So this third is the value of A. A is 3. Last period with negative cumulative cash flow was 3. Absolute value of cumulative cash flow at the end of a period A is minus 11. So I will say B to be 11. Then C is the total cash flow during the period A after third year. After third year. After third year. After third year means we are having 19 crores. So C is 19 crores. So payback period is 3 plus 11 by 19. 3 plus 11 by 19. 3.58 years. Everybody understood how to calculate it or not? Aspirant, I didn't get what you are saying. For which notification you are talking about? Very good, Byjus. बहुत बढ़िया. 3.58 years is correct. Wonderful. So guys, moving further, the advantage of payback period is easy and simple. Measure the risk. And what are the disadvantages? Do not take the time value of money. It do not take the time value of money. Payback period. So guys, now we are moving to the discounted cash flow technique. In discounted cash flow technique, we are going to see the time value of money. So that is why this method is better than the previous traditional method what we have seen. This will be taking care of the future value of money. Like if I know we are going to get 10 crores in the next year, So it will not be taking it as 10 crore. It will be taking as the value of 10 crore in the next year. Obviously, it will be lesser than 10 crores. Because if we are having the Mahungai dar as 5 to 6%, then my dear, definitely the money will be getting reduced by the same. Is it clear? Dear, this class is enough for all the branches, but not enough, I will say. Like if that would be possible that I can complete one subject in one day, then why the classes are taking 200 hours of that? There is no use of that. Then we shall not run the course for ESE paper 1. This is only good for revision. And if you have done nothing, then at least from this session you can reach to 70-80 marks if you are working them properly. 70-80 marks, for that you need to practice a lot also. Okay. So I cannot say in this one class I can make you top in project management. Not possible. No one can do that. Otherwise, every person will be going for this crash course, and this crash course will be having very high value. Okay. So guys, yes, it is very high value having for the student who are going for revision. Okay. For revision, it is the best thing. Okay. Otherwise, this would be a, you can say, most selling course, crash course on YouTube. Okay. YouTube would be charging you a lot for this if one class is enough for that. Okay. So we are going for the discounted cash flow, how it is calculated. So my dear, discounted cash flow is calculated with this. You can see here, this is the cash flow first year, cash flow of second year, cash flow of third year. I am dividing it with a factor which will definitely be reducing this value. So this R, this is future value, CFR is discounted rate. Okay, and 1 to 3 are the period. For first year it is 1, for second year it is 2, for nth year it is third, it is N. Yes, okay. Not for that much, but at least it would be having the fees equivalent to ESE. Okay. So guys, we have seen the discounted cash flow. Now we are talking about the present value of the money. Right now we were finding out the future value of money. Like today's 1 crore will be having what value tomorrow. Now I am talking about today's money of value in tomorrow. So now we are talking about present value of future money. Like you must have seen, there are various schemes of LIC. That person will come to you, you need to pay 10,000 rupees every month. And at the end of 3 years, you have given to us 3,60,000, we will be giving you 5 lakh rupees. You are very happy, oh, I am earning 1,40,000 in 5 years without doing anything. But my dear, that 5 lakh what you are getting at the end, today it is not having the same value. Today's that value of 5 lakh is different. So if you are giving some amount today and getting in future, you must need to see its real value. Let us say he says, you give me 1 lakh rupee today, I will be giving you 1,10,000 after 5 years. You may be feeling happy, okay, I will get 10,000 margin. But maybe the value of 1,10,000 which you are getting after 5 years, today maybe its value is less than 1 lakh. Then that person is looting you. Which is true. After 5 years, its value 1,10,000 if you are getting. Today's value of that 1,10,000 maybe 95,000. You are in loss of 5,000 rupees. So that is why if you are going for such kind of schemes for investment, you need to take care of the present value of future money also. So guys, do like and share the session. Present value of money, how we will define it. The maturity value of rupees P at an interest rate of I% per annum compounded annually for n years is given by this. This is the maturity value. So I am saying that you will get 5 lakh rupees. You need to give me 3.5 lakh. Okay, I am saying, let us say you are giving me 4 lakh rupees today. So 1 plus I is the interest rate, N is the number of years. So similarly, you can find out the P as maturity value but a 1 plus I to the power N. So in that way, you can find out the present value of money. Is it clear? Arun, Byjus, everyone? These formulas are very, very important. So this is maturity value by 1 plus I to the power n. So present value you can find out by this formula. So the next time whenever you go to the bank and bank person says, once I also was caught, like what they feel is the job going people have not that much time to think about all this. They told me, sir, I am having a very good scheme for you. He said, sir, you need to give that much amount every month, and after 20 years we will be giving you that much amount every month. It was going like double. So he was showing that, sir, you will pay us that much, we are going to give you double than that, this and that. Then I have shown this formula to him. I say, I also know that. And when I calculate the rate of return, I was getting hardly 6%. So I said that is near to FD only. So better I will put that money into FD. I need not to wait for you to pay me for that. So that is how the things are going on, guys. Moving to the perpetual annuity. What is perpetual annuity? When the periodic payments are received at annual intervals. Like I said, when I went to the bank, they said, you need to pay every year this much amount. After maturity, we will pay this much amount annually. Means they are not giving me those 5 lakh together. They will pay me in the installment. Then how to calculate for that? Then my dear, amount paid by you or received at the end of every year, I is the interest rate, then the present value of perpetual annuity is A into 1 upon I. A into 1 upon I. So if you know these terms, no one can make you fool by those lucrative schemes. So guys, we are learning a lot for real life. Do like and share the session. If a sum of 1500 is receivable every year, means you are getting 1500 rupees every year. Find out the present value of the perpetual cash flow. A into 1 upon I. 1500 by 1.16, 9375 rupees. So my dear, you will be giving, what he is saying that you will be getting 1500 every year. This is the value of the money you are going to get today. So if he says, give me 10,000, give me 10,000 rupees. If I say you, give me 10,000 rupees, I will be giving you 1500 every year for 7 years. You may be thinking you are getting 1500 into 7 as 10 lakh 5,000. 500. You would be very happy that you are earning 500 from me. But my reality is this. What you are getting is, its real value is this. Means I am in a profit right now. Are you getting it what I want to say? So that is how you can find out the annuity and all. Okay, that kind of problems. We can find future value of money. We can find out present value of future money also. Next, we are moving to the sinking fund payment. What is sinking fund payment? Sinking fund are the creation of a fund wherein money is accumulated by setting aside a certain sum of money periodically. When you are set to give some monthly payments, then my dear, that monthly payment you are giving, that is summing up, getting sum up, plus interest is adding up. So after some time you will be getting an amount that is said to be sinking fund payment. We have already talked about this, but the terminology we have not discussed. That's why I told you this is said to be a sinking fund. So suppose I am in need of 10 lakh rupees after 9 years. After 9 years you are having a plan to purchase a car, to purchase a bike. So you would be knowing the price at that time. You will be taking an idea. For that much amount you will start putting some amount every month, which will be getting some interest compounded annually. That is said to be sinking fund. Moving further, guys. Moving further. Next is net present value. So when we are talking about the net present value, that if you are putting some value, some money into the project, then my dear, if you are putting some money into the project, it is not only that you are investing that money. So what are the things you can do by that? The first thing is the impact of inflation you need to take care of. Because as I said, today's 1 lakh are not equals to tomorrow's 1 lakh. So that is the effect of inflation. Second thing, whatever the amount you have, you could earn some interest from that. That also you need to take care of. Third is, if you are taking some risk, you must get something extra. Arey bhai, if I am putting 1 lakh rupees in the bank, I am getting from FD, let us say 6% is the rate of interest. So after 1 year, I will be automatically getting 1,06,000 rupees. So if I am putting 1 lakh in the project and I am getting the same 1,06,000, it is not a good thing, because that I could earn risk free. Why I should earn that with the risk? Second thing, the value of money is depreciating. That also I need to take care of. So guys, whenever you are thinking of a return from a project, you need to take care of all the three factors. One is the potential for earning interest. Second is the impact of inflation. Third is the effect of risk. Because you are taking risks, you must get some more amount. Okay? Yes. Moving further, guys. Moving further. So we have already seen many methods. Now we are moving to the internal rate of return. What is that? This is known by many names. Okay. What are the names of this? Marginal efficiency, marginal productivity, rate of return, time adjusted rate of return. And it also takes into account the time value of money by discounted cash inflows and cash outflows. So guys, till now I was telling you the methods to see, to take the future value of money and present value of money in the future. We have seen that. Now I am telling you the methods to evaluate a project. So the first is internal rate of return, where I will be using the discounted cash flow factor for incoming and for outgoing money of the future. So how I will be doing that, I am showing you for that. Here what I am going to do that, I would be finding out the NPV, net present value. What is the net present value? Like today I have kept 50 lakh rupees as investment. Its value is 50 lakh. Tomorrow I am going to get 10 lakh. Day after, tomorrow means next year. Next year I am going to get 10 lakh. After 1 year I am going to get 20 lakh. So all those money which I am about to get, I will see the present value of that and find out the net present value of the complete project. And I will put it to be equals to 0. This will help me to find out the break even point. That after how many years the break even will come. This is said to be the IRR method. So here I am first of all finding out NPV, then equating it to 0. How I am doing that? I am showing you the formula also for the same. I am showing you the formula. This is the formula. So this CN is the cash flow. This 1 plus R. R is the rate of return, N is the number of years. So let us say you are getting some cash flow CF1 in the first year, divided by 1 plus, let us say rate of return is 6%. So I will say 0.06. 6% means 0.06 first. Then I am getting some cash flow in second year and the same rate of return is there. Okay, 0.06 for the 2 years and so on. We will equate it to 0. Okay. Actually, this rate of return is not given, that you need to find out. So I will be finding out this is the rate of return to get NPV 0. So if I am getting more than that rate of return, I will be in benefit, otherwise I will be in loss. Yes. So Madhura, Jagtap, Payash, Arun, aspirant, TPM, please tell me you got it or not. Now we are going to discuss how a project finances, means what are the various instruments from which a project can collect the money. Are you ready for that? 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 Yes. Tell me guys. Tell me guys. बिल्कुल है Arun, we are having that. After that, that chapter is coming. This is the last part going on. After this, we are going to have the PERT CPM part only. Aji sir, नहीं अभी हुआ नहीं है. अभिनव सर भी है, देखिए मेरे साथ यहाँ पर आपको मोटिवेट करने के लिए. Yes. So guys, civil champion Abhinav sir is there with us. So just you can see, to motivate you, faculties are available in the comment section. Sir is specially coming to office to just motivate you.
So काम करने भी आया.
Sir, that is for the motivation of students, I said. So so sir, काम भी जो हम करेंगे वो students के welfare के लिए करेंगे.
Okay, sir, all civil students, I want to tell you that there are few questions in which there is a lot of ambiguity once the final response key is there. Like one question is of transformed equation, that if x-axis of the dam is not changing and we are only changing the y-axis, then what will be the equation? Many different institutes have given the different answer. I'll be telling you the solution of that. One question was, we are only those questions I'll be discussing which are not discussed by us in the solution, or in which there is ambiguity between the students. So that I'll be taking today evening, might be 5 p.m., 6 p.m., 6:30 p.m. Okay, and the comparison of two shifts, that which subject is tougher where. Okay, so that we will be discussing in the evening. Okay, something tell sir. Something में मतलब समझा नहीं, what is that? Thin tell, TEL मतलब
thin cylinder का भी क्वेश्चन था क्या?
थिन सिलेंडर का भी करवा देंगे, पर वो तो हमने एनालिसिस के समय भी कर दिया था, दोबारा करा देंगे आप करें तो. ठीक है. गुड आफ्टरनून एवरीबॉडी. ओके सर, अभी कितना टाइम है
सर? अभी 2 बजे तक हो जाएगा.
ठीक है.
Okay guys, so I feel we are at the financial feasibility, and after financial feasibility you can say this phase is over, then we will be entering into the planning phase. In the planning phase we will see the Gantt chart, we will see the PERT CPM, network techniques, all the things, and after that we will be having execution and then monitoring, control and closure. All those are very small chapters. Whatever the time, so we will be giving the time majorly to the planning part. Okay, so we are moving further now. There are the majority of the things how a project will be collecting the finance. It will be coming from two ways. One is debt, other is equity. What do you mean by debt? Debt means I am taking some money from the bank as a loan, and I am saying I will be returning that to you, and bank will be taking some interest from me, and that is said to be debt. In that I am not going to share any part of my company to the bank. Means the company will entire be of mine. So whether it is in profit or loss, it will be on me only. So here the benefit is I am the whole sole owner of the company, but the loss is I need to pay the interest. There is a liability increases. In case of equity, actually we are going to put some of the shares, like I am thinking that I will be reducing my share in the company from 100 to 90%. So 10% of my shares I am going to put into the market for selling purpose. And any of the person in the share market, they can purchase the 10% and I will be taking money from that. That is said to be equity. So in that case, whatever I am giving my shares to the shareholders, I need not to pay any interest for that. And now if my company will be doing well, then the 10% that person who have taken that 10%, unki value bhi badhegi. And if value will increase, that is good for the company because 90% is with me. If that 10% is grown by something, the same will be the grow in my 90% also, na? So my share value will increase. If in future I want to once again have a new project, then I need some money. I can go for my 5 to 10% share again in the share market. At that time, if the value is more, I will be getting more money for that. So that is the point in equity. In equity, we are not having any liability, but our share reduces. In that, we are having the liability. That is the point. Okay. So guys, there is something called as bonds. Bonds are generally issued by government, central bank, or large companies. These are the debt instruments. So when the bonds are issued, in the bonds, actually the payment of fixed interest rate is going to be provided to the lenders. And even we can also put the money into the government bonds. So government is going to give those bonds to lend the money from the lenders. Okay. And when we are talking about bonds, these days bonds are also being issued by the semi-government and non-government organization. The term used for them is debentures. debentures and bonds are now being interchangeably used. So government use bond, private company use debentures name, but nowadays both are used interchangeably. Moving to the second is mortgage. A mortgage is a loan against a residential property. If you put the residential property and you are going to take the loan onto that, if you will not be paying it back, then my dear, it will be recovered by selling your residential property. Next, we are having the treasury bills. Treasury bills are the short-term debt instruments that measure within the year, that mature within the year. Actually, there are some things like, let us say, you are making the bottles and Coca-Cola company is going to take the deal with you. They say that we want 50,000 bottles. And my dear, you know that when I will be giving 50,000 bottles, I will be getting the amount from them. But right now, I don't have the money to make those 50,000 bottles. Then what I can do for that, what I am saying is one more way to take the money. So what I will do that I will be showing that bill or contract value to some of the person. I say that after making 50,000 bottles, I am going to get 2 crores from them. So what you do, you give me 1.7 crores and keep these 2 crores. But that payment will be in the next year. Then that person will be earning 30 lakh rupees. But for that, he need to put the money 1 year before. So he will be getting 30 lakh rupees after 1 year extra from that. So that kind of thing is also used as an instrument to take the money, to raise the money. Okay. Moving further, guys. Then we are going to have treasury bills, and after that we are going to have preferential share capital. So my dear, I already told you in the debt instrument we have already covered. Now in the debt instrument, when we are talking about the preferential share capital, whenever the shares are given to the shareholders, there are two types. One is preferential, other is non-preferential. So guys, when we are talking about preferential, it is that part of the issued share capital of the company carrying a preferential right for dividend payment and repayment. So my dear, if you don't want to have any interruption of any shareholders to your company, you will be having non-preferential shares. Okay. Otherwise, preferential shares, you need to take care of all the investors. Then my dear, equity share capital, you already know that I already told you all share capitals which is not preferential shares comes under the equity share. That I already told you, I feel. Now I am just showing it to you. One is debt to equity ratio. Debt to equity ratio is telling us the financial health of a company. Debt to equity ratio is telling us the ratio of the amount of debt and the equity the company have taken from the market. If debt to equity ratio is 0, this is the ideal condition. Those companies are said to be good for investment. After that, a long research is required, but you can start for it. Good afternoon, guys, to everyone. Yes. So moving further, guys, debt equity ratio we have seen. Fine. Next is the cost of debt. So whenever we are going to take the debt, you need to pay the interest for that. And whenever you are going for debt, you also need to pay some processing fees and all. They all are coming under the cost of debt. So cost of debt measure is helpful in understanding the overall rate being paid by a company to use different types of debt. So as I said, if my dear, this is going to be more, then that debt is going to harm the company badly. So obviously this cost should be lesser. Then only it is beneficial to take that kind of debt. Okay. Then my dear, there are some formulas you need to remember. Cost of irredeemable debt or perpetual debt. The formula is KD is equals to 1 by SV into 100. SV is the net proceed from issue. Interest payable is I. This is I upon SV upon 100. So my dear, here calculation of SV is done. When debentures are issued as per SV, then per value minus flotation charges. If debentures are issued in discount, then per value minus discount minus flotation charges. When debentures are issued at premium, per value plus premium minus flotation charges. My dear, when you are going to require the money and there is no demand of your company in the market, then my dear, you need to give the shares on the discounted price. But if there is a huge demand of your shares in the market, you can follow the premium. Premium means those persons who are going to give me extra money, I will give the shares to them. That will totally be depending on the performance of your company. If you are doing well from last many years, definitely people would try to invest more amount in your company, and then you can go with the premium plans. Otherwise, you have to go with the discounted plans. Okay. So guys, next we are talking about the cost or redeemable debentures. Previous was irredeemable debentures. So here the formula is KD is 1I plus F by N, SV plus RV by 2 into 100. From these till now there is no question asked in the paper, but still I am showing you the formula. And if you are talking about debentures are issued at premium or discount but redeemable, then this formula will be used. I am telling you all these terms also. KD is the cost of debt, I is the interest payable, SV is the net proceed from issue, RV is redemption value, F is flotation cost, D is discount, pi is premium on issue, PR is premium on redemption, N is number of years. Premium means what extra you need to pay at the redemption. Okay. So all these terms are there. You can remember this for the safe side. But in the exam till now there is no question on that, but it can come, I'm saying. Okay guys, so now we are moving further. These things we have already discussed. Okay, yes. Now is the depreciation. So my dear, actually whatever you are going to have the assets values, like if you are purchasing a car, a mobile, you know every time its value is getting depreciated. So value will be depreciated. PDF of material science, when can I get it, sir? Dear, it is already available in my Telegram channel. Have you seen it or not? Material science PDF is already available in my Telegram channel. I just have uploaded on the same day when the session was. Okay, you can go into the file section, or if still you didn't get, just message me there. After the class, I will share once again the material science PDF, and also I will share this project management PDF also. Okay, so guys, moving further, now we are talking about the depreciation. So as I said, the value of the assets what you have sometimes get depreciated with the time. Okay, I'm not saying asset means everything. Assets, maybe there are some machinery, maybe there are some kinds of furnitures whose value is getting reduced year after year. So how we are going to find out the depreciation? The first method is straight line method. It says annual depreciation is given as cost minus salvage value but a lifetime. Means initial cost you are purchasing it for 1 lakh rupees. At the end you are selling it for 10,000 rupees and you are using it for 10 years. Then 1 lakh minus 10,000 but a 10. Okay. Then this is going to be the case. Moving further guys. Second is sum of years digit method. SYD method. Here annual depreciation is number of years remaining, cost minus salvage by number of digit of year. So like if you are going to find out depreciation for the first year and you are using it for the 10 years, then number of years remaining will be 9. So yes, that is a very good method because it is taking care into consideration. Obviously, depreciation also reduces with time. Like if I am having this mobile, I am telling you a real story. This mobile, I have purchased it for 22,000 rupees. Okay. And after 6 months, I thought to change the mobile and I asked the value of this. He said, sir, 13,000, I will give you back. 13,000 means in 6 to 8 months, the value reduced to 13,000, which is 9,000 reduction. Then after that, I once again went to the same shopkeeper after 1 year. He said 12,000. Means in the next 4 to 5 months, value decreased by 1,000 only. And you won't believe that, sir, you are every time going for evaluation, why you are not selling it? Then because I have a lot of data and I don't want to actually transferring that will take time and I was not getting the time. Then I went back to that shopkeeper after 2 years of using this phone and he said the value of this I will give you is 10,500 rupees. So you can see after 1 more year the depreciation is only 1,500 rupees. So depreciation also reduces with time. That was the lesson from this. And I feel anytime if I will go right now also in after 2.5 years which are been completed, I feel he will be taking it in within 10,000 or 9,500. I'm sure for that, because it is a clean piece, that's why. So this is something about the depreciation methods. Second is double declining balance method. In this, annual depreciation is given as 2 times the cost minus accumulated depreciation but a lifetime. Here accumulated depreciation means how much depreciation happened till now for this. Are you getting it, guys? So these are the methods for depreciation. So guys, we will complete the session by 2 p.m. Okay, so don't worry, we are moving ahead. Is it clear for everyone? We have seen all the methods of depreciation now. Moving further. Next is the benefit cost ratio. Benefit cost ratio is defined as equivalent benefit by equivalent cost. Actually, now financial analysis is over. We are talking about economical analysis. Economical analysis. You may be thinking, sir, what is economical analysis? Generally, whenever I talk about economical analysis, student feels that I am talking about financial only. There is a very fine difference. Telegram link, Manoj, I will share after the class. Okay, let me share now only. Otherwise, I will forget. I am sharing the Telegram channel link. I am sharing the Telegram channel link where I will be sharing the PDF of this session. I'm just sharing, guys. Yes. I have shared it. Yes, Ritesh. I am telling you that. I am sharing on the second channel also, as this session is going on at 2 channels. So dear, those who are asking, sir, what is the minimum marks required to qualify? So dear, I would like to say the minimum marks required for which the technical paper of yours will be checked are only 30 marks. But it will not give you the sure shot selection. For that, generally it have been seen the overall marks from the 500. The overall marks from the 500 are coming more than 250. Means you need to score more than 50% to qualify in objective paper together with technical plus paper 1. But if you ask me the minimum requirement from paper 1, it is the 30 marks after which your technical paper will be checked. If even you are getting 50 marks in paper 1 and more than 200 marks in technical paper, you have chances of selection. But my dear, you know time limits are there. So you need to score at least 80 to 100 in ESE paper 1. That will be the safe score. Moving further, guys. Moving further. Yes, Prasant. Hi, dear. Moving further. Manoj, you got the Telegram channel link or not? Please tell me that. I have shared the Telegram channel link. Okay. Moving further, guys. So those who didn't get, don't worry. At the end of the session, I will share the link of the Telegram channel in the comment section also. So moving further, guys. So what is economical analysis? I was telling you the difference between economical and financial. 40 to 60. Yes, 40 to 60 will be fine. Okay. So guys, financial means I am thinking of only my profit and loss. Economical means I am thinking of the profit and loss of not only mine, but also for the society. What do you mean by that, society? What do you mean by that, society? Actually, if you are starting up some industry, you are using the resources like land, you are using the resources, environment, everything. So if you are using the resources, definitely it may affect badly. Like if you are making a power plant, definitely some exhaust gases will be going to the atmosphere. Yes, you are making the pollution. So in that case, you are taking a lot from the society because people have to bear that pollution. Sometime because of you, some place where people were living, they have to leave their positions. They have to relocate themselves. So my dear, when all those things are paid by the peoples, so my dear, if you are going to pay back them, then if you're thinking of that, that is said to be economical analysis. So what you are getting from the peoples, if you are paying them back, that is coming under the economical analysis. Like you would be knowing that like companies like Reliance are adopting some villages for development purpose. Why they are adopting this? Because whatever the bad effects they have created, they are trying to compensate that. So my dear, what are the good effect a project can give to the peoples is creating the jobs, providing the, you can say, good GDP to the country, per capita income increase, the facilities. This is what are the good outputs of a project. Bad outputs are reallocation of the peoples, pollution, position change करना लोगों का is going to be a problem definitely. अगर हमें, if we are going to cut the jungles for that, it is also going to be a bad thing. So these is the things I want to tell you. So if we are going to cover all these things, that is said to be economical analysis, and in this the very important ratio is benefit cost ratio, where it is equivalent benefit what the people got from the project and the cost what people have beared for that. In the benefit you will be having job creation, per person income growth, GDP growth of the country, and here you will be having the equivalent cost, means what society have paid in terms of pollution, in terms of पेड़ों का कटना, deforestation, all those things. So this is something called as benefit cost ratio. Now we reached to the next part, that is network analysis, for which you are waiting for long. From where numericals are coming, we are moving to the network analysis, and you can say after completion of this we will be able to complete 80% of the syllabus. So rest part is theory. We will try to cover this part completely. Then theory part, if you want, you can go through the PDF by yourself also. So when we are talking about the network analysis, my dear, in network analysis majorly we are talking about PERT and CPM. PERT is project or program evaluation and review techniques. CPM is said to be the critical path method. Here in the network diagram we are showing a set of activities in the form of a network. This is going to be a scheduling technique. Okay. So what is the network? Network is a pictorial representation of all the activities. Now we need to see what is activity, what is event. Like my dear, let us say today you are inspired from the class. You say, sir, from tonight I will study. And at 6 p.m. that historic moment come. You pick up the book. That is the starting of the event. Sorry, starting of the activity. Activity is studying the book. Starting of that is you are holding the book. That is said to be the event. The starting of any activity is event. And activity started, you studied for long 15 minutes. And then you said, okay, ho gaya aaj ka. And the closing of books happened. So this starting of the activity, ending of the activity is said to be event, and in between what happened was the activity. It was the activity. The difference between activity and event is activity consume resources and time. Event do not consume any resource or time. Okay, so Manoj, I feel Byjus have shared the Telegram channel Mechanical by Dheeraj Sardana. If at the Telegram you will search this, you will get my group. Just join it to get the regular PDFs and updates. There are two types of network diagram: activity on arrow or activity on node. Okay, activity on arrow are going to be more important for us. Then my dear, when we are talking about activity on arrow, activities are shown on arrow, event are shown on node. Event is starting and ending point of an activity. Like earth work excavation is activity. Okay, activity is represented by capital or small letters, or it is shown by event numbers 1, 2. Okay. What is predecessor? What is the successor? So if I am talking about an activity B, if before starting of this activity A must be completed, then my dear, A is the predecessor of this. And for the C, B should be completed and C is the successor of it. It is like you are going for 12th class after 11th. When you are in 11th class, your 10th class was predecessor and 12th class is successor. This is something called as network diagram. First of all, there is full cursor rule, which was given for numbering of the event. You will be numbering from left to right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now in this network diagram, what I am getting, actually there are the information on this network diagram. So from this network diagram, I can get one thing, that A and B can start without any predecessor. So I will write A and B. These activities do not require any precedent activity to start. Then my dear, C will be starting once B is over. So for starting of C, B must be completed. For starting of D, B, A and C should be completed. For starting of D, A and C should be completed. For starting of E, D should be completed. For starting of F, E should be completed. For starting of G, E should be completed. For starting of H, F should be completed. So my dear, this data and this network diagram are the same things. In the paper, either you will be given the data and you need to make the diagram, or in the exam you will be given the diagram and you need to verify the data. So we are going to make such type of diagrams with this type of given data. This is said to be the network diagram. There are some activities are said to be concurrent or parallel, which are going together. Like in this diagram, when A was going on, parallelly B and C are going on. Here when F and H are going on, parallelly G is going on. So they are said to be concurrent or parallel activities. Okay. Serial activity is one after another. Dummy activity is something which neither consume resource nor time. This is just we are using it to follow the precedence relations. There are some conditions when precedence relation is very difficult to satisfy. So to make it clear, we need to have some dummy activities which neither consume resource nor time. They are just for the following the rules of network diagram. Like network analysis is a mathematical technique which will help us to find out the critical path, the path which should be giving us the minimum time required to complete the project. So to make network diagram, we are following some rules because it is mathematical analysis, it is having some limitations. So to follow all the things, we need to take care of these things. Then my dear, I already told you about the event. Okay. This is said to be tail event. This is said to be head event. Moving further. There are some events are dual role event. Dual role means some activity is completing here, other is starting here. They are dual role event. So my dear, now we are moving to the planning phase. I already told you that network analysis is the part of planning phase. I have already told about the network and now I will show you the PERT CPM also. But first of all, I would like to tell you that we have completed the initiation phase. We are running with the planning phase. So in the planning phase, we are going to make the project management plan. In the initiation phase, we have made the project charter, which was given to the project manager. Now we are making the project management plan, in which we will be telling that what activity should be done at which time, at which place, who will be doing that. That entire plan will be made. To make that plan, we will be using some charts, some diagrams. Charts like bar chart, milestone charts, or diagrams like network diagram we are going to see. So using all those things, we are going to make the charts, diagrams, and we will make project management plan. So project management plan is going to be a written document which will be having the entire plan and created by project manager. So the major difference between project management plan and, my dear, the second thing is project charter. Charter is made by senior management for project manager. Project manager is going to make project management plan for the entire team. That is the difference. Inputs are taken from stakeholder, consumers, okay, and when it is made, this is integrated all the 9 knowledge areas. If you remember, I told you at that time that there are 9 knowledge areas. You may be asked one question from the knowledge areas, then I would like to tell you what are the various knowledge areas: scope, time, quality, HR, communication, risk, pronouncement, and project integration management. These are the 9 knowledge areas. They can be asked in the paper. So my dear, in the project management plan, input is also taken from project charter and techniques to be used. Charter was made by senior management. Okay. So my dear, that we have already seen. Okay. Now we are going for this. We have already discussed project management plan. We have already discussed. Now we are talking about the DPR. DPR is very, very important term. That is said to be detailed project report. So my dear, this is nothing but a very detailed and elaborate plan for the project, indicating the overall program, different roles, responsibility, activity, and resources required. Success of a project depends on this. So this is the final detailed appraisal report of the project. So guys, this is DPR. So now I feel you are very much clear about what is project charter, what is project management plan, and what is detailed project report. So these 3 things are very important for the exam. And I feel we have discussed everything now. Okay. So guys, moving further now, we are coming to, okay, that also we have discussed. Yes. So we were talking about the project scheduling techniques, in which we are going to study, first of all, some kind of charts, bar chart, milestone charts, linked bar chart, and network techniques. So guys, these are the 3 types of charts and these are the diagrams. So these are used for the scheduling purpose, and now we will one by one discuss all the types of charts. Then once again we will come to the network diagram, which we have just started, and we will see what is PERT, what is CPM. And I believe that by 2 p.m. we will be able to complete the planning. After that, things will not take much time. If you will say I will continue till 3 p.m. we will complete, or if you want, I will share the PDF for the rest theory part. Numerical part will be over by this method. After that, only very much theoretical part will be there, like what is execution, more efforts are required, monitoring, control, all those things will be there. Then tender and contract is also there. Moving further, guys. So moving further, guys. First of all, bar charts. Bar charts look like this. In the bar charts, we are showing the activities, like this is activity A. It is completing in 5 days. Activity B, starting in the 5th day, completing at 15th day. Then activity C, starting at 5th day, completing at this 8th day. Then at 8th day, D is starting, it is completing at 15th day. Then 15th to 25th, the activity E is going on. This is bar chart, where all the activities are shown by the help of bars. But my dear, this is not a very useful thing. Why? It is not showing the relation between A, B, C, D, E. By looking at this chart, we don't know what is the relation between A, B, C, D, and E. In an activity also, some milestones are there, like there is an activity of completing the subject of project management. This is activity. If you are preparing for ESE prelims, the activity is to prepare the subject project management. In project management, we have 4 phases. Out of 4, we have completed 1, second is going on, third, fourth together are not even equal to 1 phase. So these are 4 milestones actually. 1 milestone is completion of phase 1. Second milestone is completion of phase 2. Third milestone is completion of the 3rd and 4th phase. So here no milestone is mentioned, like in activity A, how many milestones are there? As I said, after completion of planning, 80% syllabus will be over. Okay, so that is the thing. So now, my dear, we are moving to the second type of chart, which is the improved version of bar chart. And what is that bar chart's improved version? That is milestone chart. In milestone chart, it was also mentioned like this chart, this bar, this activity is having 2 milestones. Like I said, completion of initiation, completion of planning, like that. So this is going to be the milestone chart, which is improved version of bar chart. Bar chart was also known as Gantt chart. So my dear, this is the improved version where we show the milestone, but still one thing is missing. We don't have the interrelation between the activities. Still we don't know what is the relation between P and Q. We don't know that. Then my dear, we improved this to the third type, and that is linked bar chart. In this linked bar chart, even we are having the relations of activity A with activity this. You can see these dotted lines are showing the relation, interrelation between the activities. So this is the improved version of milestone chart. It is known as linked bar chart. Here interlinking of the bars are shown. Now we are moving to the network analysis again. We have already discussed about this. Activity, event. We have seen the activity on arrow diagram, predecessor, successor, all the types of activities, dummies, event, we have seen that. Tail event, head event, dual event, we have seen that. So now, my dear, we are moving to the network diagrams, the main portion from which the question will come. In this, questions are coming from the 3 things. The first thing from which the question will come is the critical path. They will be asking us the critical path. Second thing, my dear, they will be asking you from the crashing. Crashing is difficult, but still sometime question have been there. Third is slack and float. So these are the 3 types of question which will come from the network diagram. Can I expect that you know how to make the network diagram? Because I have shown also. This is one of the network diagram. Once again we have, okay, A, B. So like you can see how we are mentioning the activity and time, activity and time. These are the dummy activities. So can I expect that you know how to make network diagram, or shall I show you how it is made? Please tell me, every student. If you want, I will make 1 to 2 network diagram in front of you. So this is the event on node or activity on arrow diagram, where events are shown on the nodes. Activity and times are shown on the arrow. Second type of diagram where activities are shown on the node, events are not shown. Okay. So these are 2 types of diagrams. They can ask you one thing, that here we have made the dummies. For this type of diagram, no dummies are required. You may be saying why? Because it is not technical thing. It is the mathematical analysis. So because this is mathematical analysis, I am telling you, in this we need not to make any dummy, because it is not required. Here diagrams are smoothly made without any dummy. Whatever be the condition given, it can be shown very easily here. That is why. And the reason for that is activities coming on the node. So actually, when I was showing the activity on the arrow, then I can show the completion of this activity once like this only. But my dear, if I am having activity in the node, I can show its completion multiple times. So if after this 3 activities are starting, let us say 3 activities, then my dear, definitely I can see B, C, D here. But for activity on node, if I want to show the 3 activities, let us say here these 3 are starting, it's fine. But maybe some activity C would be requiring the completion of some other activity also, which these 2 activities may not be required. So that is why this diagram will not be requiring any dummy, whereas this diagram may require dummy sometime. Why dummy will be requiring, I am telling you. Like here, for this activity B and for this activity C, we were requiring the completion of A. That's fine. Now for the starting of E, we were requiring the completion of both B and C. So there is a rule of network diagram that two activities cannot have the same starting and end event. So otherwise this diagram could be made like this and we need not be requiring any dummy. But if you are making these two activities like this, the rules are broken because two activities cannot have same starting and ending event. Otherwise these activities will be treated as the same activities. So that is why. Thanks Divya to tell that. Great. So guys, this is what is the reason. Still I am going to show you how the network diagrams are made. So you will be given like this activity and precedence. How I will be making, you know, for A and B there is nothing required. I started A, I started B. Then for C I require A, for D I require B. For C I require A, for D I require B. For E and F I require once again A and B. So for E, for F. Then my dear, for G I require CD. For G I require CD. Similarly for H I require GF. For H, I require GF. For I require E. For I require E. For J, I require HI. For J, I require HI. And my dear, for K, I require J. This is the complete network diagram. Although in the paper you will get 5 to 6 activity diagram, not more than that. Okay, so still I have shown you. Now we are moving to the critical path calculation, but before that let us see what is PERT, what is CPM. Question may be there from that as well. Okay, so when we are talking about PERT and CPM, I am telling you one thing, that PERT is defined as project evaluation and review technique. CPM is defined as the critical path method. PERT is used for the R&D activities which we are doing for the first time. CPM is used for the activities which we are not doing for the first time. We have done a lot of time. So we have the proper idea. When we are talking about the PERT, as we are doing it for the first time, we don't know how it is to be done. So we will not be knowing the perfect time. So we will be having three options: optimistic time, pessimistic time, and most likely time. So optimistic, pessimistic, and most likely are three times which I would be knowing. Optimistic time is that if whatever I am thinking, that is going to happen. Like when you started your preparation, you have made some wonderful plans of yours with respect to the coachings as well. If everything goes as per the plan, I will say optimistic, preparation will be at very high level. If pessimistic means we were thinking paper 1 would be doing at that time, but in reality paper 1 was done at some different time. We were thinking that syllabus will be over by September, but syllabus was over by 1 day before. So my dear, in that case, 3 time estimates: optimistic if everything goes as per the plan, pessimistic if everything goes against the plan, most likely if 50-50. So in the PERT there are 3 time estimates. In CPM there is only 1 time estimates. PERT is used by ISRO, DRDO, BARC, NASA, and CPM is used by construction projects. PERT is taking the time aspect, CPM is taking the cost and time aspects. PERT is event oriented, CPM is activity oriented. TPM is asking, sir, which is correct in PERT? I didn't get which is correct in PERT. Okay, program or project, both are correct. Generally program word is used, project is the subset of program. Okay, so my dear, when we see the PERT, in PERT every activity follows the beta distribution. In CPM, as we know with the exact, so no distribution for activities. So beta distribution is having this type of curve, where this is showing the optimistic time, the minimum time required for the activity, pessimistic is the maximum time required for the activity, and this is the most likely time required for the activity. So my dear, you know that the probability of optimistic is this much, probability for pessimistic is also the same, probability of most likely is 4 times. So probability of completing of project in optimistic time and pessimistic time is equal, okay, and probability of completion of project in most likely time is the 4 times of this. This is A and B are equal, and this is 4 times of A and B. So my dear, you can say if you want to find out the expected time for the activity, the formula for that is pessimistic time minus optimistic time divided by 6. This is the expected time defined. Okay guys. So if you want to find out expected time for activity, this is the formula for that. And project is going to follow the normal distribution curve. So project follows normal distribution, activities follows beta distribution. So if you want to find out the variance, variance is found out for every activity as TP minus T naught by 6 ka square. Whatever the calculation I am showing, it is only for a activity, not for the project. Okay. Yes, sigma is the standard deviation, sigma square is the variance. Sigma square is the variance, sigma is the standard deviation. Okay guys, so now my dear, we have already seen the variance. Now if you want to find out the standard deviation for the project, then you will be taking the summation of variances of critical activity, sigma C1 ka square, sigma C2 ka square and so on. So all the activities variance is not considered, only the variance of critical activities are considered. Now you may be thinking, sir, what are the critical activities? Critical activities are those which comes on the critical path. Now you may be interested to know what is critical path. So I would like to say, my dear, critical path is the longest path in a network diagram. Critical path is the time which consumes the maximum time in the network diagram. But my dear, that maximum time which we find out by critical path will give you the minimum time required to complete a project. Means critical path is the maximum and the longest path in the network diagram. But whatever it gives you, it is the minimum time required to complete a project. Okay, so guys, let us see the critical path, how it is calculated. Let me show you a network diagram. By that only we will see. This is the network diagram given to us. Okay, I am making it separately, or let me take my own example. That will be better. Let us say I am taking an example that this is 1. A activity is taking 3 minutes. B activity is taking 5. Then we will be having C activity is taking 7. Then we have D activity taking 2. Then we are going to have E, it is taking 3. Then F, it is taking 5. Then G, it is taking 7. Then H, it is taking 3. I. This is the network diagram, let us say. I need to find out, my dear, the critical path. Arun, why maximum time is given? Actually, I am telling you that, don't worry. First of all, let me explain the calculation. Then I will tell you why we are taking it maximum. So my dear, if you are taking the first activity to the ith activity, what are the various paths? पहले मैं नाम दे देता हूँ 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. तो पहले मैं नाम दे देता हूँ. तो जब मैंने नाम दे दिए सारे इवेंट्स को, तो आपको पता है, अगर हम देखें इसमें 1 से 2 से 5 से 6 से 7, मतलब ये मुझे 1 से 7 तक पहुंचना है. तो कौन कौन से तरीके हैं 1 से 7 तक पहुंचने के? पहला तरीका है मैं ऐसे जाऊं 1 से 2 से 5 से 6 से 7. अब इसमें टाइम देखो कितना लगेगा, 3 और 5 8, 8 और 7 15, 15 और 10 25. तो इसमें 25 दिन लग रहे हैं. अगर मैं दूसरा पाथ फॉलो करूं 1 से 3 से 4 से 6 से 7, तो 5 और 2 7 और 3 10 और 10 20. तीसरा पाथ 1 से 2 से 4 से 6 से 7, 3 और 7 10, 10 और 3 13 और 10 23. और पाथ क्या हो सकता है? 1 3 4 5 6 और 7, 5 और 2 7 और 3 10 और 7 17 और 10 27. क्या सारे पॉसिबल पाथ में ले चुका हूं? एक बात ध्यान रखना, हमेशा लेफ्ट से राइट जाना होता है, इन द डायरेक्शन ऑफ एरो जाना होता है. तो आप इन सब में देखोगे तो ये वाला पाथ क्रिटिकल हो जाएगा. ये वाला पाथ क्रिटिकल हो जाएगा. मतलब क्रिटिकल कौन सा पाथ है? ये वाला। अब आप सोच रहे होंगे सर ऐसा क्यों कि लॉन्गेस्ट वाला, हमें तो फायदा ये वाला लेने में है क्योंकि 20 दिनों में काम पूरा हो जाएगा। तो माय डियर मैं आपको बता दूं कि ऐसा नहीं है। ये मैंने मैक्सिमम इसीलिए लिया क्योंकि असली में काम 27 दिन में ही पूरा होगा। वाई, दैट इज द रीजन। अगर मैं पाथ ले लेता हूं 20 वाला 1 3 4 6 7 1 3 4 6 7, दिक्कत यह है कि माय डियर व्हेन आई विल बी स्टार्टिंग दिस एक्टिविटी विच इज एच, इससे पहले ये सी और ये डी कंप्लीट हो जानी चाहिए। अब अगर आप देखो 5 और 2 7 और ये लग रहा है 3 और 7 10, तो जब तक 10 दिन नहीं होंगे तब तक मैं इसको शुरू ही नहीं कर पाऊंगा। इसी तरीके से मान लो मैंने ये करके यहां पे 13 दिन पे पहुंच भी गया, तो जब तक ये वाली एक्टिविटी पूरी नहीं होगी मैं आगे नहीं बढ़ पाऊंगा। तो अगर मैं इस वाली एक्टिविटी को देखूं 3 और 5 8, आप देख सकते हो ये ले रहा है 3 और 5 8 और ये ले रहा है 3 और 7 10 और 3 13। तो जब ये वाली एक्टिविटी शुरू तब होगी जब 13 दिन ऑलरेडी हो चुके होंगे, और 13 में 7 ऐड करूंगा तो यहाँ पे 20 आ जाएगा। तो कहने का मतलब ये है कि कोई भी एक्टिविटी जब शुरू हो रही है वो तब तक शुरू नहीं हो रही जब तक उस पे आने वाली सारी एक्टिविटी कंप्लीट ना हो जाए। तो इसीलिए दिस इज द पाथ विच विल बी गिविंग यू द मिनिमम टाइम रिक्वायर्ड फॉर द कंप्लीशन। तो लॉन्गेस्ट पाथ ही क्रिटिकल पाथ होता है क्योंकि लॉन्गेस्ट पाथ से पहले आप इसको पूरा नहीं कर सकते। मैं आपको एक और आसान तरीके से समझाऊंगा। मान लीजिए 4 दोस्त हैं ए बी सी और डी, और इन चारों ने घूमने का प्लान बनाया और इन्होंने कहा कि चलो चारों रेलवे स्टेशन पे मिलेंगे और ट्रेन पकड़ेंगे 7 बजे सुबह, और 7 बजे की ट्रेन पकड़ के हम जाएंगे मनाली घूमने। तो माय डियर आपने 7 बजे का प्लान कर लिया, 7 बजे की ट्रेन पकड़नी है। अब जो ए है उसके घर से स्टेशन 1 घंटे की दूरी पर है, बी के यहां से 30 मिनट की दूरी पर है, सी के यहां से 15 मिनट की दूरी पर है, और डी के यहां से 5 मिनट की दूरी पर है। सबने प्लान बनाया कि चारों चलेंगे, या तो कोई भी नहीं जाएगा तो चारों जाएंगे। तो माय डियर सबने प्लान ये बनाया कि सुबह जो भी उठ जाएगा वो सभी को उठाएगा और सभी सेम समय पर घर से निकल लेंगे। अब मान लो माय डियर अगर ए 6 बजे उठ जाता है तो ये 6 बजे सभी को उठा देगा और सभी आराम से 7 बजे तक पहुंच सकते हैं क्योंकि इसके यहां से 30 मिनट की दूरी पर है, इसके यहां से 15 पे, इसके यहां पे 5 मिनट। अब माय डियर सोचो अगर ये 6 बजे उठा तो चारों पहुंच गए। अब माय डियर अगर ये 6:15 बजे उठा तो बाकी लोग 6:15 बजे उठ भी गए, ये तीनों तो पहुंच जाएंगे। क्या ए पहुंच पाएगा 7 बजे तक? बिल्कुल नहीं। तो इसीलिए जिसको सबसे ज्यादा टाइम लग रहा है उसी का टाइम हमको स्टैंडर्ड लेके चलना पड़ेगा। अगर ये सभी 6 बजे उठेंगे क्योंकि सभी एक साथ उठ रहे हैं, ये प्लान बना है। अब अगर इनमें से ये वाला बंदा 6 बजे उठ के सभी को उठाएगा तभी 7 बजे पहुंचेंगे। हो सकता है ये वाले लोग लेट भी उठते तो काम चलता, पर अगर ए लेट हो गया तो काम नहीं चलेगा। तो इसीलिए हम उसको देखते हैं जो सबसे ज्यादा समय ले रहा है, क्योंकि अगर उसको आपने सेव कर दिया तो बाकी लोग तो पहुंच ही जाएंगे। अगर ये 6 बजे उठ के सबको उठा देगा तो बाकी लोग आधे घंटे के लिए सो भी गए ना तो भी बाकी लोग सही समय पर पहुंच जाएंगे। बट ए अगर लेट हुआ तो सबका लेट होना तय है, फिर अगली ट्रेन पे ही जा पाएंगे। ये है क्रिटिकल, दैट्स व्हाई क्रिटिकल इज द लॉन्गेस्ट पाथ। पर ये देगा क्या? मिनिमम टाइम रिक्वायर। मतलब मिनिमम क्यों? 6 से लेट हुए तो लेट हो जाएंगे, 6 बजे इज द मिनिमम टाइम जिसपे उठना ही पड़ेगा आपको। तो क्रिटिकल पाथ गिव्स अस द मिनिमम टाइम रिक्वायर्ड फॉर द कंप्लीशन ऑफ ए प्रोजेक्ट। पायश, मनोज, आ रहा है कि नहीं? Everybody is comfortable in this Hindi or shall I go for English only? Yes, please tell me that. Okay, now there are some rules also to make a network diagram. When we are making the network diagram, there are some rules. The first rule is network diagram must follow the precedence relationship. Second rule is whenever we are making the network diagram, we will be using only the straight lines. Curve cannot be used. The third rule is if you are making a network diagram, then my dear, if we are having this I, if we are having this J, and if there is one activity which is going between I and J, then my dear, the second activity cannot have the same starting and ending event. It is not possible. Any two activities cannot have the same starting and ending event. Cannot have the same starting and ending event. But my dear, let us say the conditions are given like that, then what we will do? Then my dear, this is I, this is J. This is starting and ending event for an activity. Let us say we are given that there is another activity which is starting here and completing here. Then what we will do? We will be completing it somewhere else and make a dummy activity here. To show that, yes, the completion of this activity is happening at this point. So there you will show dummy activity which will be taking 0 time and 0 cost. So that is the use of dummy. So whenever two activities are shown to be completed at same time and starting at same time, there we need to make it like that. Is it clear, guys, for everyone? So even I can show you some conditions also like that. Okay. So this is about where dummy is required. Next, my dear, whenever we are going to make the network diagram, we need to take care of one thing, that dangling is not allowed. What is dangling now? If we are making a network diagram like this, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. Let us say we have one activity I here, for which precedence is given, but successor is not given. So if we don't have any successor for I activity, this condition is said to be dangling. And if this condition will happen, we will put the I to the last event, because this activity will be required for the completion of the entire product for sure. So that is why we will be doing it in this way. Okay, so guys, just wait 1 minute. Hello. हाँ, क्लास में हूँ, करता हूँ अभी देर में. Okay, guys, sorry for the disturbance. Okay, TPM, yes, we may forget that. So if we see that path, maybe that is the critical one. Okay, if we will be taking that path, 1, 2, 4, 5, 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 10, 13, 16. Okay, that will take 33 days. Then this will be the critical path. Okay, I was just telling you what is the critical path. So critical path is the maximum out of them. Is it clear, guys, for everyone? Shall we move on now? Shall we move on now? Very good, guys. Yes, that will be the critical path. So the path with the maximum time duration will be the critical. So critical path are the something which will give you the minimum time to complete a project. Now, my dear, this is the network given to us. You can see this. This is the time given. Whenever you are given 3 time estimates, it means this is the problem from PERT. So there is activity A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. We are given the precedence. Based on that, we have made the network diagram like this. And how we will calculate the time with the formula A plus 4M plus B by 6. If you want to find out the expected time, it will be A plus B plus 4 times of Tm by 6. This will be the expected time calculation. And standard deviation is calculated as Tp minus T naught or B minus A by 6. So this is how we can find out the case. If the gap between 1 and 3 and 3 and 5 are equal, then 3 will be the expected time. If the gap between 2, 3 and 3, 4 are equal, then this will be the expected time. If the gap is different, then you need to apply the formula. You are not getting the 9 here. So this is the expected times of activities. This is the standard deviation. Now, my dear, it was the network diagram given to us. If you see the different path, one path is 1, 2, 5, 6. Other path is 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. Other path is 1, 4, 5, 6. Other path is 1, 3, 4, 5, 6. Tell me all the paths are covered or not. Tell me all the paths are covered or not. 1, 2, 5, 6. 1, 2, 5, 6. It is taking 3 plus 4 plus 3. 10 days. 1, 2, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 11, 18, 21. Then we are going to have 1, 4, 5. 1, 4, 3, 7, 13. 1, 3, 4, 5, 6. 4, 9, 16, 19. Is it clear or not? Please tell me that. Every path is covered. Please tell me that. Don't worry, Prashant. After this, we will go to the floats as well. I am thinking to cover the network diagram part, and after that, if you want, I will leave and I will give you the PDF for the rest theory part, because everything, if we will cover, it will be going till evening. Great, Arun. Tell me that. So 1, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 3. Tell me which is the critical path. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. I feel this is going to be the critical path. So if this is the critical path, we will be making double lines. We will be making double lines for all the paths in these activities. Okay. 3, 4, 7 and 3, 10. Okay. 3 and 8, 11 and 7, 18 and 3, 21. So guys, all the green color representations are for the critical activities. So if someone asks you which one is critical activities are A, D, F and H. These are the critical activities. So my dear, project will be completed in minimum 21 days. Project will be completing in minimum 21 days. 21 days is the minimum time required to complete the project. And guys, if that is the case, ADFH is the critical path. ADFH is the critical path. ADFH is the critical path. So my dear, if we get the critical path, we got all those things related to the critical path, it's fine now. Now, if you want to find out the standard deviation of the project, then it is going to be sigma of A ka square, sigma of D ka square, sigma of F ka square, sigma of H ka square. So you would be knowing ADFH. A, D, F and H. Only these four will be considered. You will get the standard deviation of the project, and the calculation will be coming out to be for sigma as 2.236 days. Now, my dear, I would like to say that the project is assumed to follow the normal distribution curve. And let us say we have found out the 21 days as the expected time. And if someone asks us what is the probability of completion of the project in 24 days, then this area is telling us the probability of completion of project in 24 days. So we can find out probability of project to be completed in the scheduled time 24 days. That is area A, B, S. A, B, S. If probability of completion of project in the scheduled time is 24 days, okay, you can write this TS, that is given as, you have already said the area ABS, area ABS. Okay, let me show you how the questions will be framed from this rather than telling you the probability story. So my dear, what we can write is, we can write the scheduled time TS to be the expected time plus Z times of sigma. Here sigma is the standard deviation, Z is the standard normal variate, and that I am telling you from the normal distribution curve. I feel everybody is aware of this. So my dear, from this you can find out the Z time of sigma is T schedule minus T expected. So you can find out the value of Z from this TS minus TE by sigma. You will be getting 1.3416. And my dear, if you are having 991 Kelsey, you can find out the probability as 91% for this Z value. But my dear, as in prelims, Kelsey will not be allowed. So that is why this type of calculations will not be useful for your prelims examination. They can ask you at the maximum the value of Z. They will never be asking you the probability. Why I have covered then? Because generally the students of mechanical and civil, they study this in their technical. So they feel, why sir have left it? So that's why I told you this. But only up to Z calculation you need to be aware of it. So with this is completed, guys. Okay. Now we are going to see the last part, that is float and slack. Float and slack. For finding out float and slack, we need to go for the conventional method of finding out critical path, which you have studied in the technical subject, that is forward pass computation and backward pass computation. So we are going for two types of computation. One is said to be forward pass, other is said to be backward pass computation. So when we are going for forward pass computation, so how we are going to use it? I am telling you. This is a network diagram in which all the activities, everything is written. So I am going for forward and backward pass computation simultaneously, because this is a crash course type of thing, marathon going on. I need not to think like you don't know anything about it. So I am going conventionally and I am telling you in one shot only. Otherwise we will not be able to complete the entire syllabus even till evening. So my dear, we will be starting from 0, 0. No doubt about that. And you already know the critical path you can find out normally, and when you will find out this is 16 plus 15, likewise you can find out. But the second way is, now we are going for forward pass computation. How we will do this? We are going from activity 1 to 2. At this event only one activity is coming. So 0 to 16 will be the time taken. I will be filling here 16. Similarly, when we are moving to 1 to 3, it is taking 20 days. I will be putting 20. In the network diagram, short arrow and long arrow are indicative only. If it is short, it doesn't mean value will be less. If it is long, it doesn't mean value will be bigger. So my dear, we have filled it. Now when we are reaching to the next event, that is 4. 4, this is 20. If we are going to make it for 4, then you know for 4 I will be putting the value to be 20 plus 15, that is 35. But when I will be talking to the 5 event, here 3 activities are coming. If I will be following this activity, 16 plus 15 is 31. If I will follow this activity, then 20 plus 12 is 32. If I will follow this activity, then 35 plus 5 is 40. So in the forward pass computation, when I am going from 1 to 6, I will find out the maximum value and put it here, 40. Now I will be reaching to the next event 6. I can come from this, I can come from this, I can come from this. If I will follow 1 to 6, the number is 40. If I will follow 4 to 6, it is 35 plus 20 is 55. If I will follow this, 40 plus 12 is 52. Out of these 3, this one is maximum, so I will fill here 55. This exercise is said to be forward pass computation. This exercise is said to be forward pass computation. Now my dear, in backward pass computation, we will starting from the end. Here I have kept the 55. And here we will go just reverse. Here we will go just reverse. When you will go back, here only one activity is coming back. So 55 minus 12. 55 minus 12 is 43. Now my dear, I will be going back for this also. Here 2 activities are coming back. This activity is 55 minus 20 is 35. And this activity is 43 minus 5 is 38. This time I will see the minimum value. So I will fill here 35. In forward maximum, in backward minimum. Then I will go back to event number 3. Here 2 activities are coming back. So from 35, if I will subtract 15, I will get 20. From 43, if I will subtract 12, I will get 31. 20 is the minimum, so I will fill the 20. Then my dear, when I will be come back to the second, only one event, 43 minus 15. 43 minus 15. 43 minus 15 is 28. When I will be reaching to 1, there are 3 activities. This is coming back. 28 minus 16 is 12. 55 minus 40 is 15. And 20 minus 20 is 0. So we have completed 2 computation. One is forward pass, other is backward pass. After completing this, you need to find out those activities for which the values are same. 0, 0, 20, 20, 35, 35 and 55, 55. So these activities will be giving us the critical path. These activities will be giving us the critical path. This is the conventional procedure to find out the critical path. I have given you both the shortcut and the critical and the conventional way. So your critical path is 1, 3, 4 and 6. Everybody got it? 1, 3, 4, 6 will be the critical path. 1, 3, 4, 6 will be the critical path. So what is the identification? These 2 values will be same. What these 2 values are saying? These 2 values are saying that if we delay this activity even by 1 minute, the entire project will get delayed. Those activities are critical activities. But my dear, what other activities? This is 40, this is 43. If this activity is delayed by 3 minutes, the entire project duration will not be affected. If this activity is starting from 28 rather than 16, late by 12 minutes, it will not affect the final project time. So that is non-critical activity. So this is clearly telling you about critical and non-critical activity, and those activities for which the extra time is available are said to be non-critical activities, and the extra time available is said to be the slack or float. If we are studying PERT, it is slack. If you are studying CPM, it is float. So float word is used for CPM, slack word is used for the PERT. Now the point comes, Prashant is asking. He is saying, sir, how to find out total float, free float and independent float. So my dear, I am giving you the formula for that. You need to remember a formula for that. Like I am taking any activities. I to J is any activity. And I am having here EI, LI, EJ, LJ. E for earliest, L for latest, I for starting, J for finishing. And let us say the expected duration IJ. Then my dear, you will be finding out the total float. Total float is the total time available for that activity, by which if it is getting delayed, project will not be affected. The formula is LJ minus EI minus TEIJ. This is total float formula. Then my dear, we have free float. Free float is that time by which if the activity is getting delayed, the successor activities float and slack will not be affected. So what we will say, total float minus LJ minus EJ. Independent float is that float by which if the activity is delayed, then neither successor or nor predecessors activities float is affected. It is total, it is free float minus LI minus EI. If you remember these 3 formulas, you can find out any float in the paper, and this is the very dangerous calculation. Generally student facing difficulty into that. That's why I have told you this, and I can show you this formula to be applied at somewhere. Let us apply this. If we are talking about activity 2 to 5, then for 2 to 5, if I find out the total float, I will say 43 minus 16 minus 15. 43 minus 16 minus 15. So I will be getting 16 and 15 are 31. 31 it will be 12. Total float is 12. If I will find out free float, it is total float minus 43 minus 40. 43 minus 40. It is going to be 9. Independent float, free float minus 28 minus 16. I will be having 9 minus 12. If it comes negative, I will consider it 0. Float is extra time available. It cannot be negative. So this is how the calculations will be done. Please tell me guys, you got it or not? You got it or not? You may be failing, sir. Sir was saying it will be completed in 4 hours. 4 hours are over. Still we are in the planning phase. Is it clear for everyone? Yes. So in the objective exam, they can ask you float, slack, critical path and all. Okay, is it clear for everyone? Bolo bhai. Is it clear for everyone? Please tell me that. So we have seen the forward and backward pass computations. Critical path also we have seen, slack float also we have seen, all the types of float and slack calculation also we have seen. Now we are moving to the crashing part. Crashing is also said to be the time cost model. What is crashing, my dear? So when we are talking about the crashing is a way in which we wanted to complete the project not only at less cost but also in less time. Like first of all, you must be aware that critical activities are those which if they are getting delayed, the entire project will be delayed. Non-critical activities have extra time available to get delay and they will not be affecting the project duration. So definitely, my dear, we need not to think over the non-critical activities. If we are going to reduce the time of the critical activities, then the entire project duration will also be getting reduced. So generally, that thing is said to be crashing whenever we try to complete the project before the project completion time. For that, we need to add some extra resources as well. In general, if we are doing that, the cost is increases. But my dear, there may be some special cases where in reducing the time, cost may also reduce. Because let us say, I am taking an example that you are starting the work of contractor and you are working with the machines on rent. Because you are not having too much money, you are using JCB and all the machines at rent. So what you are doing, you are giving the rent of that. Let us say every day you need to pay 10,000 rupees as interest. So you are going to have a cost that is said to be indirect cost. So you are paying 10,000 per day. This is indirect cost. This is indirect cost. This is cost. This is duration. So more the number of days the project will run, more the indirect cost you need to pay. Second cost is the direct cost, that is definitely you need to pay to the labors, to the material. And let us say, my dear, if that cost is going to reduce when the duration is increasing. Whenever you are in a hurry, you say, I want to complete that work in number of days, that much number of days, then you have to pay more. Like whenever contractors are coming, you say, I need to complete it in 1 year. Their price will be different. You say, I want it on emergency, immediate basis, 6 months, 3 months. They will charge you more for that. So my dear, this is the cost known as direct cost, which is reduces as the time is more. This is increases as the time increases. So my dear, the total will become a curve like this. So my dear, we will, if we are working in this zone, we are paying this much direct cost, this much indirect cost and this much total cost. So if we are going to crash any activity by 1 day, 2 day, 3 day, then my dear, whenever we are going to reduce the project duration time, then my dear, our cost will reduce. It will reduce till this point. So this is the point where we will get the minimum cost. After that, if you will crash, the cost will start increasing. So if nothing is mentioned, we need to crash only up to the point the cost is decreasing. When the cost is once again start increasing, we will stop the crashing. So if nothing is mentioned, we will do crashing only up to this. But there may be some conditions where we need to go for more crashing. Like let us say we are making a highway which is inaugurated by PM and date is already finalized after 2 days. But the work requiring 4 days, we will be putting more effort, more persons, more cost to complete it because Prime Minister is going to inaugurate that. So there are some conditions where even we won't mind the increase of cost. But crashing means to reduce the activity duration, to reduce the project completion time by increasing the resources. Okay. Sometime it will give you benefit also because indirect cost will be lesser for less number of days. Direct cost will be more for less number of days. So my dear, whenever we are talking about this, for any activity, we are going to have a crash cost and a normal cost. We are going to have a normal time and a crash time. So there is a cost time slope. Like if I show you the direct cost curve to be this, then my dear, let us say you are doing that activity in this duration to this duration. For this duration, this is the cost. For this duration, this is the cost. This is the normal cost. This is the crash cost. This is the normal time. This is the crash time. Then my dear, obviously this but this, which is nothing but the slope. This slope is said to be the cost time slope. This tangent theta can be written as Cc minus Cn by Tn minus Tc. That is the same I have written. So we will always be crashing the activity which is having the minimum crash, minimum cost time slope, because cost time slope will be telling us the cost which will increase if I am going to reduce the activity by one day. That is said to be something cost time slope. Everybody got it, guys? Please tell me. So finally we have done crashing part also. Okay. There are a number of questions solved. When I will be sharing this to you, you can do those questions. You can see the solved questions. They will help you. Is it clear for everyone? Questions are solved. We have done forward, backward, float, part, everything we have seen. I am showing it that we have already done it. Fine, guys. We have talked about direct cost, indirect cost. All those things are already covered. Okay. Fine, guys. So we have completed the planning stage now, guys. So out of 4, 2 stages are over. Now we are left with execution and closure. Now I want to ask you, the rest part is nearly theoretical. So do you want me to cover, or shall I share the PDF and you will revise from that? Everything is written, whatever I am telling you. Okay. Definitions, explanations and solution. So we have covered the all major parts. Now rest part is only the theory. So if you want, I can cover. If you want, I will share the PDF. Whatever you say. Okay, whatever you say. We have already talked about total cost, direct cost, indirect cost. We have seen the crashing. The same thing is. Crashing is already covered. Yes, guys. Fine. So I didn't get the answer. Whether you want me to cover other things or you will be doing by yourself. Do you want a numerical on crashing also from my side? Do you want a numerical on crashing also, guys? Please tell me that. Do you want a numerical on crashing also? Okay, continue करते हैं फिर. Let us continue. So guys, if we see the crashing numerical, actually a question was given and this network diagram was already plotted and number of days are also mentioned and they have said indirect cost is rupees 900 per day. एक दिन का 900 रुपए indirect cost है. They have mentioned it. And guys, this network diagram is also given and if you see this initially okay, this is given to us. This table is given to us. You can see 1 to 2 activities taking 3 days, 1 to 3 is taking 2 days, 1 to 2, 3 days, this is 2 days, 3, 3, 3, 7, 6, 4. Okay, let me see. Then they are saying 1 to 4 is 6 days, 1 to 4 is 6 days. Then we are having 2 to 4 is 5 days, 2 to 4 is 5 days. Then we can see 2 to 5 is 7 days, 2 to 5 is 7 days. Then 3 to 4 is 2 days, 3 to 4 is 2 days, 3 to 4. Then if you see 2 days, okay. So if you see total, 3 plus 7 is 10, 3 plus 5 plus 4 is 12. So if you see initial stage, this is my critical path, 3, 5, 8 and 4, 12. Critical path was 1, 2, 4, 5. And my dear, this is taking the 12 days. And for those 12 days, this is going to be the total cost. You can calculate this cost. And they are saying 900 rupees per day is the indirect cost. So this is direct cost I am paying. Indirect cost I am going to pay as 12 into 900. So it is going to be 10,800 rupees. Okay. This is going to be the which cost? Indirect cost. This is the direct cost. Now what is crashing? Crashing means, my dear, that if I am saying that activity 1 to 2 is completing in 3 days, if I will be completing in 2 days, then my dear, the cost will increase from 500 to 1000. If this activity is reduced to 1 day, the cost will increase by 500 rupees. Similarly, if this activity is reduced to 1 day, the cost will increase to 750 rupees. So my dear, I need to think the activity which I need to reduce by 1 day should reduce the project also. So I need to select some of the critical activity. So I have found out the cost time slope of all the activities. If you know which are the critical activities we are having, the critical activities we are having is 1 to 2, 2 to 4, 4 to 5. 1 to 2, 1 to 2, 1 to 2, 1 to 2, 1 to 2 is this. 2 to 4 is this. And 4 to 5 is this. Here cost time slope is 500, here 400, here 700. We will see the minimum cost time slope, which is 500. So if I am going to crash the activity 2-4 by 1 day, my cost will increase by 400 rupees. So what is the meaning of that? Meaning of that is, if I will be doing this activity in 4 days in place of 5 days, then my direct cost will increase by 400 rupees. You will say, sir, why you are doing that? Why? Then I will say, if I am doing that, this 12 day will reduce to 11 days. And I need to pay 900 rupees lesser as indirect cost. So my indirect cost will be reduced by 900. So overall, I will be getting a profit of 500. So I will do this. This is crashing. Then my dear, once again, if I reduce it to 3 days, once again cost will increase by 400. This will reduce to 10 days. This will reduce by 900. Overall, I will be having a profit of 500 again. One thing, my project is completing before time, 10 days. Second thing, I am saving 1000 rupees for me, for my company. This is better. But my dear, there is a limit that you cannot break it by more than 2 days. After that, you cannot crash it because everything requires some minimum time. So you cannot crash after this. So my dear, now if you say this is the path which requires 10 days, now I can have multiple paths which are having the 10 days. Like if you see, this path is also taking the 10 days. This path is also taking the 10 days. So now we have 3 critical paths. One critical path is 1 to 2 to 5. Second is 1 to 2 to 4 to 5. Second is 1 to 4 to 5. Now 3 critical paths, as all are requiring 10 days. This time, my dear, when I will be searching the activities to crash to reduce the project duration from 10 to 9 days, I need to crash 2 activities. Like if I am going to crash this activity, then this will be reaching to 2 days. And this is 2 plus 7, 9 days then. Then my dear, let us say I am crashing this also to the 5 days. This is 5 plus 4, 9 days. So if I am crashing 1 to 4, 1 to 4 and 1 to 2, then all the paths will reduce to 9 days. And 1 to 2 and 1 to 4, 1 to 2 and 1 to 4, 1 to 2, 1 to 2 will be increased in 500. And 1 to 4 is increase in 600. So overall 1100 is the increase in the direct cost. 900 is the decrease in the cost. Overall the cost will increase by 200. I will not be doing that crashing. Is it clear or not? Okay, so that is why I said crashing will be done up to the point where our cost is getting reduced. So this is said to be the crashing. I have shown you the numerical on crashing also, guys. I feel now we have covered everything related to the network diagrams. Now we are talking about the project risk. And after project risk, we will be entering into the execution part. So risk is an event which is having some degree of uncertainty. कि जब हमारे दिमाग में आता है कि हम तैयारी हो पाएगी कि नहीं, पेपर क्वालिफाई होगा कि नहीं, that is when you have started the preparation, तब भी आपके दिमाग में था एग्जाम निकलेगा कि नहीं, तैयारी होगी कि नहीं, ये होगा कि नहीं. So that is uncertainty. इसी तरह प्रोजेक्ट के शुरुआत में भी होता है, प्रोजेक्ट पूरा होगा कि नहीं. So that kind of thing, the degree of uncertainty is said to be the project risk. So my dear, project risk management is done to reduce this uncertainty. If you are studying regularly, you have attended all the classes, you have done your work properly, you have given the test series. When you are doing all this, you are reducing the probability of failure. Still probability is always there, but you are reducing the probability of failure. There are 2 types of risk. One is positive risk, other is negative risk. Positive risk is offering benefit and negative risk is creating loss to the project. So there are 2 risks. One is positive risk, other is negative risk. Okay. So my dear, positive risk are always when we say we need to do this whenever required. And risk management is going to work on the planning risk management by identifying the risk, performing the qualitative and quantitative analysis of risk, planning the response for the risk, and finally monitoring and controlling the risk of the project. Risk is always related to the future, not to the present or past. Okay, guys. So risk can be like it may or may not occur. Risk may be, are they risk tolerant or risk averse? Third is, there will be known risk and unknown risk. Risk can be negative or positive. Risk is considered from the moment the project is conceived. So this is the types of risk what we can have. There is one small difference also between risk and uncertainty. Risk can be defined as the variability of return from an investment. If probability of possibility outcomes of a given problem are known, we can conclude that problem contains risk. So my dear, this is how we can define it. This is how we can define it. Is it clear? So when outcome is unpredictable, this is uncertainty. When outcome is predictable, but there can be variation, that is risk. Like how I may get 10% profit, 20% profit. That is variation. Okay? So my dear, now we are going for the types of risk. पहला रिस्क होता है कि प्रोजेक्ट कंप्लीट होगा कि नहीं, प्रोजेक्ट कंप्लीशन रिस्क. दूसरा रिस्क होता है रिसोर्स का रिस्क, मुझे रॉ मटेरियल मिलेगा कि नहीं, मैन पावर मिलेगा कि नहीं, पावर मिलेगी कि नहीं. थर्ड रिस्क होता है प्राइस रिस्क, कहीं मैं सामान मंगा लूंगा तो प्राइस बढ़ तो नहीं जाएगा. These are the types of risk involved in a project. Then my dear, एक होता है टेक्नोलॉजी रिस्क, कि जो टेक्नोलॉजी मैं यूज कर रहा हूं वो एक साल बाद चेंज तो नहीं हो जाएगी, नई टेक्नोलॉजी ओवरकम तो नहीं कर लेगी, तो मेरी मशीनरी खराब हो जाएंगी. पॉलिटिकल रिस्क, ऐसा भी बहुत बार होता है जब पॉलिटिक्स की वजह से भी चीजें होती है. पॉलिटिकल रिस्क मतलब, पॉलिटिकल रिस्क समझ रहे हैं, जैसे कोई प्लांट गवर्नमेंट के प्रेशर के कारण बंद करना पड़ जाए. That kind of thing is said to be the political risk. Next is interest, क्योंकि आप जिस लोकेशन पे बना रहे हो उस लोकेशन के लोग गवर्नमेंट को कंप्लेन कर दे और बोले हम वोट नहीं देंगे अगर हमारे यहाँ ये बना तो गवर्नमेंट में भी दबाव के कारण बोले कि भाई नहीं, यहाँ पे प्लांट नहीं बनेगा, तो आपकी की कराई तैयारी खत्म. ऐसा कई बार हो चुका है. नेक्स्ट इज इंटरेस्ट रेट रिस्क. इंटरेस्ट रेट, हमने जो पैसा उठाया इंटरेस्ट रेट बढ़ तो नहीं जाएगा उसका. एक्सचेंज रेट रिस्क, एक्सचेंज रेट, जैसे कि आपको पता है करेंसी चेंज होती रहती है, रुपए का रेट डॉलर के रिस्पेक्ट में चेंज होता रहता है. दैट इज वन मोर रिस्क. सो माय डियर, रिस्क मैनेजमेंट, प्लानिंग मैनेजमेंट में क्या क्या होता है. सबसे पहले रिस्क को आइडेंटिफाई करते हैं, फिर क्वालिटेटिव और क्वांटिटेटिव एनालिसिस करते हैं, फिर इसके लिए रिस्पॉन्स तैयार करते हैं कि ऐसा हुआ तो हम क्या करेंगे, फिर टाइम टू टाइम मॉनिटर और कंट्रोल करते रहते हैं, और फिर रिस्क का रिव्यू करते रहते हैं. मतलब पहले देखेंगे किस तरह के रिस्क हो सकते हैं, फिर जब पता लगेगा इस तरीके के रिस्क हो सकते हैं तो उसके लिए उसी तरीके से प्लानिंग तैयार करेंगे और उसी तरीके से रिस्पॉन्स और रिव्यू किया जाएगा. सो रिस्क रिडक्शन स्ट्रेटजी, रिस्क रिडक्शन स्ट्रेटजीज, ऐसी स्ट्रेटजीज को यूज करेंगे जिससे रिस्क कम हो. जैसे अगर आप पढ़ाई टाइमली करते रहते हो तो ऑब्वियसली चांसेस ऑफ सिलेक्शन बढ़ते हैं, रिस्क कम हो जाता है. टेस्ट ज्यादा से ज्यादा दे रहे हो तो आपकी तैयारी बढ़ रही है, रिस्क कम से कम हो रहा है. चेंज प्राइस स्ट्रेटजी, अगर हमें डिमांड बढ़ानी है तो लोअर प्राइस, सेलिंग प्राइस कम कर दो, डिमांड बढ़ जाएगी. नेक्स्ट इज सीक्वेंशियल इन्वेस्टमेंट. शुरू में लो प्रोडक्शन के साथ स्टार्ट करो, जब डिमांड बढ़े तब प्रोडक्शन बढ़ाओ. Are you getting it? So all these are the things to control the risk. Next is improving the information. ज्यादा से ज्यादा इंफॉर्मेशन लो मार्केट में, कॉम्पिटिटर में, डिमांड में, ताकि आपके पास इंफॉर्मेशन और उसके अकॉर्डिंगली आप काम कर सको. और इसके लिए एक बहुत ही स्टैंडर्ड सेइंग है कि आपको अगर नदी की डेप्थ पता करनी है तो दोनों पैरों से साथ मत करो, एक पैर के साथ करो, क्योंकि एक पैर अगर आपका जमीन पे है तो दूसरे में आपको पता लग गया डेप्थ ज्यादा में तो वापस आ जाओगे, दोनों पैरों के साथ कूद गए तो वापस नहीं आ पाओगे. सो डोंट टेस्ट द डेप्थ ऑफ द रिवर विद बोथ द फीट्स. नेक्स्ट इज फाइनेंशियल लिवरेज. रिड्यूस द डिपेंडेंसी ऑन डेट, इंक्रीज द इक्विटी, ताकि लॉस भी हो तो आपको किसी को रीपेमेंट नहीं करना हो. दीज आर द रिस्क मैनेजमेंट्स. ओके, लॉन्ग टर्म एग्रीमेंट्स करो लोगों के साथ, लॉन्ग टर्म एग्रीमेंट विद द कस्टमर्स, लॉन्ग टर्म एग्रीमेंट विद द सप्लायर्स, ताकि कभी भी कैश फ्लो का प्रॉब्लम नहीं हो. स्ट्रेटेजिक अलायंस एंड टाई अप्स करो. लाइक आपके पास रिसोर्सेज नहीं है तो इफ यू कैन हैव सम काइंड ऑफ alliance with others, that you can do. Explore reinforcing option, ऐसे ऑप्शन ढूंढो जो आपको और स्ट्रॉन्ग कर सकते हैं. दिस इज व्हाट वी डू इन द रिस्क मैनेजमेंट. रिस्क को इंफॉर्मेशन लेने के लिए ये टेक्निक्स अप्लाई की जाती है. व्हाट आर दीज? ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग. ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग मतलब सोचना. 10-20 लोगों का ग्रुप बैठ के सोच रहा है. सेकंड इज डेल्फी, एक्सपर्ट्स की सलाह. रूट कोज, अगर कोई रिस्क है तो किस कारण से है, उस कारण की एनालिसिस. एक्सपर्ट्स के इंटरव्यूज एंड स्वोट एनालिसिस. ये बहुत फेमस है. व्हाट आर स्वोट? आई एम टेलिंग यू. When we are talking about the SWOT analysis, SWOT means strength, weakness, opportunity and threat. इन 4 चीजों को पता करना. So my dear, strength and weaknesses are related to internal to organization. These are external. Opportunities और threat external होंगे, strength और weaknesses internal होंगी. तो ये कह जाती है SWOT analysis. This is said to be the SWOT analysis. So in the risk register, first of all, you will identify, then you will evaluate the severity of the risk, then you will apply the solutions to the risk, then monitoring the effectiveness. Whatever we are doing is effective to reduce the risk or not. That I already told you that now the theory part will come. Okay, this is that kind of theory only. So guys, when we are talking about the risk register, it is looking like this. You will be having the risk priority. Here you will be writing high priority, less priority, more priority. Then you will be having description. In the description, you will be telling like कि software fail. This may be a kind of risk. या कोई की पर्सन था हमारा, वो छोड़ के चला गया. Key person left. माय डियर, द प्रोबेबिलिटी ऑफ सॉफ्टवेयर फेल. जब आपने सॉफ्टवेयर लिया था तो आपको बताया गया 10%. की पर्सन के लीव करने की प्रोबेबिलिटी लेटर से 30%. उसका इंपैक्ट लेटर से, इसका इंपैक्ट है 90%, इसका इंपैक्ट है 80%. सो माय डियर, यू विल सी द रिस्क कैटेगरी, रिस्क ट्रिगर, रिस्पॉन्स डाटा, कॉन्टिजेंसी, ओनर. All these data will be mentioned. This is said to be risk register. What do you understand by risk category? High, medium, low. Risk trigger. When the risk will come. When someone will be approaching with high salary to that person. Contingency plan और ownership इसकी होगी. अगर ऐसा हुआ तो who will be handling it? This is something called as risk register. Then my dear, techniques of risk analysis are sensitivity, scenario, Monte Carlo, break-even, decision tree or game theory. These are all the techniques for the risk analysis. Is it clear, guys? Then my dear, what is sensitivity analysis? What it is? What if analysis? It is also known as what if analysis. So here we are continuously checking that whether the sales are going on the track or not. If the sales is not going as per the plan, we need to go for this sensitivity analysis. This indicates about the vulnerable of the project. We will go for NPV and IRR and other indicative to check for this type of analysis. We already have seen what is NPV, what is IRR. Yes or not? Then my dear, second is what are the shortcomings of this method? It nearly shows changes in NPV IRR due to changes in some variable. As you are not considering the all variables, you are just considering some of the variable. That is the problem. Is it clear? Moving to the further, that is scenario analysis. Here we are talking about 3 types of scenario: optimistic, pessimistic and most likely. Optimistic, everything goes as per the plan. Pessimistic, everything goes against the plan. Most likely, some things are going according to the plan, others are going against the plan. So my dear, in simulation, the third one is Monte Carlo method. That is most important if you are looking for masters also. In this field, we are getting the opportunity for masters as well. So if we are talking about this, my dear, दिस एनालिसिस इंडिकेट द वेरिएबिलिटी ऑफ एनपीवी, मतलब यहां पर हम कंसीडर करते हैं कि किस फैक्टर के चेंज होने की वजह से कितना एनपीवी वेरी करेगा, किस फैक्टर के चेंज होने की वजह से कितना आईआरआर वेरी करेगा। तो माय डियर, इसमें हम डिफरेंट फैक्टर्स के साथ इनके वेरिएशन को चेक करेंगे। जैसे अगर मैं जो क्वांटिटी प्रोड्यूस कर रहा हूं और सोल्ड कर रहा हूं वो 1% से कम हो जाती है तो बाकी सब चीजें अनचेंज रहेंगी, तो एनपीवी 6% से गिर गया। Such information is tough and it is going to be not adequate to take the decision. Why? तो मोंटे कार्लो मेथड क्या है, मुझे ये देखना है, आई नीड टू सी अगर 1% से सेल बढ़ गई तो एनपीवी पे क्या असर आएगा, 1% से सेल घट गई तो एनपीवी पे क्या असर आएगा। तो इससे मुझे ये तो पता लग जाएगा कि इसका इफेक्ट क्या है एनपीवी पर मैं डिसीजन नहीं ले पाऊंगा कि मुझे करना क्या है, क्योंकि डिसीजन सिर्फ एक पैरामीटर पे डिपेंड नहीं करता, और दूसरी बात डिसीजन इस बात पे डिपेंड करेगा कि ऐसा होने की पॉसिबिलिटी कितनी है। मुझे पता लगा 1% सेल्स गिरने पर 6% एनपीवी बढ़ जाएगा, तो मैं इस बात पे प्रोडक्शन खत्म नहीं कर सकता उस प्रोडक्ट की। तो मोंटे कार्लो में डिसीजन लेने के लिए मुझे पहली बात तो सिर्फ 1, 2 या 3 पैरामीटर्स मिल रहे हैं, सारे पैरामीटर्स नहीं मिल रहे हैं। और दूसरी बात, ये मेरे को इफेक्ट तो बता देगा पर इमीडिएट डिसीजन मेकिंग इज नॉट पॉसिबल विद दैट ओनली डेटा। दैट इज मोंटे कार्लो मेथड। ओके, इज इट क्लियर गाइस? So I feel guys, what I feel is it clear for everyone? Are you getting it? So we have talked about risk also. Is it clear for everyone? Please tell me, are you getting it or not, guys? Please tell me that. Yes, you can see in the simulation or Monte Carlo analysis, when we are going to see the effect of various variables, we are using these distribution: uniform, triangular, step rectangular, beta distribution, normal distribution, Poisson distribution. All these distributions are used because we have probability now. What is the probability of increase or decrease in sales of to 1%? There will be a probability. So because of that, we need to go for these curves always. Is it clear, guys? Is it clear, guys? Please tell me that. So what I feel, guys, now whatever the content we are having, I feel that will be better if I will share the PDF with you, because now we have these types of theories only where all the points are mentioned. We already have completed this break-even point. Okay. So can you do that if I will share with you? It is not like I am getting tired. Actually, I can continue it, but I am feeling that you are getting bored. So that's why I am asking you again and again, because there is no comment in the comment section from a long duration. Yes. Okay, otherwise let us go with this important topic, that is earned value analysis. Now let us do two more things which are important. Earned value analysis and contracts and tender, from which the question is coming for sure. From which the question is coming for sure. If I tell you, okay, so dear, we are at slide number 530. Total slides are 633. So we are left with 100 more slides. Yes, moving further, guys. Moving further. So we have covered majority of the part. Fine. Yes, Madhura, Arun, Byjus, Prashant. Fine, guys. So my dear, now we are talking about the earned value analysis. Now we are entering into the execution. Execution is a phase where whatever we have planned, we are going to execute that on the ground. So whatever we have done on paper, it will be coming on ground now. So whatever we have written on paper, it will be coming on ground now. So when it is coming on ground, my dear, deviation happens. On writing on the paper, we do not find any hurdle. But when in reality we are going to do something, then actual problems comes. When we starting with our study plan, we get to know yet I need to take 2 days break because I have to go to the cousin's marriage. 2 days my teacher's health was not good. He have taken the leave, 2 days holidays. A function was there at home. So all those things comes after that. So my dear, during execution phase, you will be getting some kinds of deviations. That is why during that we need to go for monitoring and control phases together. So my dear, whenever we are talking about this earned value analysis, here we are going to monitor and control. So this is a way where we are going to make a relationship between what we planned and what we accomplished. What we planned and what we accomplished. So we are going to make a relation between those two things. And my dear, that is why how we will make the relations between them. Here each task in a project earns some value as planned work is completed, and earned value can be compared for actual cost and budgeted cost. What do you mean by that? It means that, my dear, whatever the work, I will be dividing it into some parts. Every part will be allotted some value. And guys, okay dear. Yes, numerical part is not there now. Now in this earned value analysis, some formulas are there. After that, everything is theory. Okay. So guys, as I was already telling you that in the earned value analysis, we are going to divide the entire project into some number of activities. We allot some weight to individual activity. And when we are allotting the weight to individual activity, then my dear, once one part is over, we feel that something we have earned. So that monetary value is given and we feel that much percentage we have done. So that is said to be earned value analysis. In this, my dear, there is something called as planned value. It is the amount of work planned to have accomplished at a given point in time. किसी समय पर इतने घंटे का काम complete हो जाएगा. That is said to be the planned value. And my dear, it is also known as budgeted cost work scheduled. This is related to what we have scheduled. Budgeted cost work schedule. Second is actual cost. It is that amount of work which actually accomplished. So it is said to be actual cost of work performed. This is budgeted cost of work schedule. This is actual cost of work performed. This is what we have scheduled. This is what we have achieved. Then, my dear, we are having some rules to provide the earned value. First rule is 50-50 rupees. 50-50 means 50% value will be allotted at the starting of the work. 50% will be allotted at the end of the work. Second is 20-80 rule. 20% at the starting, 80% at the end. 0-100, we will give complete 100% when the work is completed. Proportionality, we will give 1% after completion of 1% work. These are the 4 rules which are followed in earned value analysis. So my dear, in the earned value analysis, we need to cover about some variances. Question will be coming from variance and indexes. Cost variance is defined as budgeted cost work performed minus actual cost work performed. Budgeted cost work performed minus actual cost work performed. So my dear, this is also known as earned value, and this is also known as actual cost. So budgeted cost work performed is earned value. Actual cost work performed is actual cost. Okay. So guys, this is given in the terms of number of hours. And when you calculate the variance, it is showing you the difference between the actual and the theoretical. This is defined as the actual expenditure made in the project till the date of review and work accomplished from the expense incurred. It is telling you how much extra you have spent till now. This is cost. This is variation of the cost planned and the cost in reality accomplished. Okay guys, then what is cost performance index? It is EV by AC. You need to remember, cost variance is earned value minus actual cost. Earned value means what we have thought कि खर्चा हो जाएगा. Actual cost जो असली में हुआ, और cost performance index आएगा, it is earned value by AC. Always remember, this will be easy to remember. Cost variance and cost performance index. Similarly, my dear, I am talking about the schedule variance. Schedule variance is budgeted cost work performed by budgeted cost work scheduled. Cost variance was in terms of money, schedule variance is in terms of time. So we will be having schedule performance index as, sorry, I have written opposite. This is schedule performance index, the ratio of this. This is schedule variance. So you can see schedule performance index is this. So guys, I would like to say that cost variance and cost performance index, they are telling us the variation of cost. Scheduled variance and scheduled performance index, they are telling us the variation of time. This is the difference between these two.